Good evening. You're watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, June 4th, 2022 at around 11 p.m. Saturday night. It's our second consecutive night, and today we're playing Mortum Medieval Detective Case 3, the third of 3 cases. Last night we played Case 2. So on one hand, it's all fresh in our mind. On the other hand, we're probably a little tired. Checking in with the chat. If you could let me know if the audio and video is okay. I see Jonathan and Anna were here. So before we jump into today's case, I was thinking, I was watching on YouTube these interviews with these killers. YouTube is full of raw interview footage of criminals, and there are a couple cases that are fascinating. There are these 2 teenage scream killer boys. I forget what state they're from, but you watch these interviews and they're like, there's clearly something broken in these people. They're completely devoid of emotion and all that. And I was thinking, we're lucky there, but for the grace of God, all of us, their brains are broken. And then I'm installing trying to install screws to mount an extension cord, an outlet, and I don't know how you guys are, but my threshold from going to everything is fine to I don't want to live in this world anymore is like a misplaced pair of scissors. Like, if I can't find the thing that I should have put away properly, if it takes me more than 30 seconds to find it, I'm ready to give up on life. I'm ready to call it quits, have someone put me out of my misery like a horse with a limp leg. I don't know, those aren't really connected, but I feel like my threshold for giving up on life, my frustration threshold is like on a knife's edge, and the tiniest thing I'm ready to just say this world is too tough. And Boy, I wish there was something that could be done about that. I don't know. You guys aren't like that. Everyone's just, there's some resilience. My wife has it. Things, they just get taken in stride. I don't know. That's neither here nor there. But if we were ever in these cases in the real world, all it would take was one little hint of the necromancer being in town, and I would be out of there. Or I'd just be like, all right, just tell him where I am, have him kill me, put me out of my misery. It's too much work. All right, nothing from the chat channel. I guess we'll get started. Yesterday's case was quite enjoyable, but maybe it went on a little, it didn't go on too long, but the questions were a little stressful. So I guess Jonathan and Anna have like disappeared. No one has commented. So anyway, let's get ready to play case 3. So we've got our bringing back the people from our party, the thief, the spy, the raider. Remember, they don't really do anything. They don't have different personalities. In fact, they don't have different skills. They just bring different tokens to the table. At the beginning of case 2, the mentalist joined our party, and he basically, well, for the entirety of the case, his main role was saying, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to channel this dead person that you want me to. And we insist that he does. And then he has a mental breakdown. We've got a second piece of the map that we found here on mission 2. Mission 1, we got this part of the map. We traveled from the Sleepy She-Wolf to Rotwood. That's the village we were at yesterday. In the course of yesterday's mission, we got the second part of the map, and the 2 necromancers took our team, what's left of it, the 2 people that survived, to Fort Bearclaw. That's presumably where we're going to go now. And then at the end of our first case, we got this final resting map keyword that hasn't come into play. Maybe it will. There were some keywords from yesterday's mission that we could have gotten, but didn't. We could have bought a nice, let me just point this out. We could have bought this nice, fancy, super expensive sword for all of our money. We got 3 money left over carrying in. But, can I just point out, this guy has got a dagger. This guy has got some weapons, a throwing weapon. This guy's got 2 daggers. This guy's got a sword. Why are we buying more swords? Why does the game want us to buy more swords? There's nothing magical about that sword that we know of. So, I don't know why we should have bought that. We didn't buy it. We could have bought it. We didn't. So that may come back to haunt us. And maybe we're going to get another team member this mission. I don't know. And here's the box. Let's just open it up and get started. Anna says, I think the rule said you have to send a person with the ability to raid if you want to raid, and someone with the ability to search for searching. So in a way, they do have personalities. Is that true? I don't remember that rule, and the rule is gone. It's in one of the boxes we'll never get out. I don't believe you have to send someone who has the ability, otherwise we might be in trouble. It doesn't really matter, because as long as you have someone with it, we have the raider can raid, unsurprisingly. And in the first 2 cases, there's been no combat. We've got these combat tokens now. In fact, it's a little upsetting, because now we have 3 combat tokens, 2 search, 1 surveillance. We actually have more combat than anything else. Although the other people we could have brought wouldn't have done much better. So we have to hope there's going to be some combat in today's mission. I've got the cards here. If no one has anything else to say, let's get started. Are we ready to get started, or does the chat have anything more to confess? All right, let's read. Follow the instructions on this card to set up your third scenario. Anna says it was Mogarian's sword. He was our soldier, and I think maybe alter the prologue a bit if you have it. Okay, let's see. Lay out the cards and tokens you set aside after completing the second scenario. Okay, so we had 3 extra coins left over. Prepare the time meter, set the time to 6 a.m. I've done that. Replenish all special action, combat, and mental strength tokens in your action pool. Okay, so we've got 2 searches. One from this guy, one from this guy. We don't replenish our coins. We've got 1 surveillance from the spy. 1 combat from this guy, 1 raid from this guy, then 2 mental strengths from the mentalist, and 2 combats from the mentalist. Okay, so that's all of our tokens. Those go into a shared pool off to the side, and these guys can slot down. All right. Separate the cards, search, surveillance, and raid into 3 face-down decks as normal. Okay. So that's our search deck. That's our surveillance deck. And our raid deck. What the heck? Why is there a hole in this card? That cannot be on purpose. Okay. Never quite seen that. Like, it's not clear what would have done that. What die tool would cut a hole in a card? Okay. Oh, raid deck. 2 more cards in the raid deck. Okay, the rest of the cards get set aside. Doesn't want, it's odd, look, I mean, it doesn't want you, oh, maybe it will. It doesn't want you to reveal cards from this end, right? But then you have to turn it over here and you see the top card. Yeah, I mean, I know we're going to want to read this soon, but you actually see this card when you're not supposed to. There should be a cover card on this, and it would make more sense that it be on this side. Okay, in other words, this is the 4th deck that you really shouldn't be able to see what's on the top of this. All right, it says, special actions, search, surveillance, and raid are critical to your progress in this scenario. Remember to use the tokens you have at your disposal. Yeah, use them, but don't use them prematurely. Okay. And then there's this, even though I'm looking at it, even though it doesn't tell me I should flip over to look at it. All right, it says start, reveal card 1. Here's card 1. Omega Group Journal, 3rd of June, 1403. Well, that's quite interesting because it's the 4th of June, 2022. Early summer brought the warmth and clear skies. Our trip to Fort Bearclaw was easy and comfortable. The travelers we met along the way all mentioned that the fort was holding a Masters tournament. The event attracted many people. Some planned to try their luck as participants, others had business in mind. Still others sought to socialize with influential guests. The tournament had always been open to everyone, so we were greatly surprised to be stopped by a guarded checkpoint with a crowd of angry visitors queuing in front of it. All visitors were expected to provide their names and the purpose of their visit. A tired scribe entered this information into a logbook. He wrote slowly, and the queue of people who came to visit the tournament, or were just passing through, was growing longer. Our turn wouldn't come for a while, giving us more than enough time to review the instructions we'd received from headquarters via transportational pentagram. A transportational pentagram, huh? The name of this case is The Encounter, by the way. book of some sort. Okay, so it came by transportational pentagram. Reveal card 2 and read it immediately. All right, before we continue, here's what we're reading, our instructions. According to your earlier reports, it's highly probable that the 2 surviving agents of the Takran group willingly departed Rotwood with this Gideon and headed to Fort Bearclaw. We have yet to identify either Gideon or his partner Kalis, but their actions and the circumstances of their involvement cause us great concern. Your decision to pursue is commendable. Your current instructions are: find agents Kress and Vikul and assist them if need be. Investigate Gideon and his motives. Attached you will find historical information regarding Fort Bearclaw and the surrounding area. And then it says flip it to review the historical information. Brief history of Fort Bearclaw and the surrounding area. This old fort is a legacy of the age of warring princedoms that ravaged the land a century ago. During the Bashtas War, the fort surrendered without a fight, which allowed this structure to remain intact, but opened a route for the beastmen to attack eastward. As a result, a large city was raised and its population massacred. A town called Newgate now occupies its place. There's Newgate over there. It's unclear how or why the fort surrendered, since the garrison, along with its commander, disappeared without a trace. After the war, the fort was given to the prince's nephew, Akamir. Akamir established an annual tournament to help grow the city. His criers extend invitations not only to potential competitors, but also skilled craftsmen. In recent years, noblemen from neighboring lands have started visiting the tournament in search of persons with outstanding skills in various areas. As the annual event has grown more popular, people from all neighboring villages and towns have begun gathering here even without hearing from criers. For most, this is entertainment. For some, a shot at glory. As expected at a crowded event, some visitors come with other, less honorable purposes. But so far, no serious incidents have taken place. Okay. Now we're continuing here. From conversations with other travelers, we learned that some dangerous criminal had escaped a week earlier, and the authorities were afraid he would attempt to infiltrate the tournament. The alderman, Akamir, had decided to set up checkpoints on the roads, hoping to catch the fugitive. Time passed. Finally, our turn came. Pass through the checkpoint. Okay. So, in our previous cases, it's like had a card that says begin the scenario, and we've paused there. This one, we've just jumped right in, I guess. What you standing there for? Get in here fast, yelled the commander of the guard. Dear sir, why do common travelers merit so much attention, we asked. I'm the one asking questions here, muttered the commander. Then he reluctantly explained. We've orders to apprehend a criminal. He attacked a high-ranking officer who was escorting a rogue wizard to the fort. No doubt these two are partners in crime. At least the wizard is going to hang, another guard added with a smile. And his ruin isn't going to save him, no sirree. What ruin? We asked. The one tattooed on his head, the commander explained. Thought it'd be some good luck charm, but his luck has run out. He's sitting behind bars awaiting his fate. He glanced at us suspiciously. Now we've got extra duties and have to report everyone who asks too many questions. Just like you. So keep quiet. I need to know your names and the reason you're here. We'll make a record of this and let you pass. After you select an available action, remove this card from play. Alright, so we can put our maps And our historical information away. We know our mission: find Cress and Vikul and assist them and investigate Gideon and his motives. All right. So we're going to pick one of these. Introduce yourself as spectators. State you're just passing through and not interested in the tournament. Or spend money and bribe the guards so no record is made. Okay, one choice. So this is the formal beginning of the game. We can put all this aside, put everything else aside. We're ready to begin the game with this one card. Let's catch up with the chat. Duke of Zilla's here and says, I've only seen brief highlights of these games. They remind me slightly of the Escape Tales series, but those similarities may just be cosmetic. Yeah, I wouldn't say this feels like an escape game at all. It's more like a choose your own adventure. Anna says, our Vikul has a tattoo on his head. Maybe they won't hang him. Maybe it's just the same order that's got a tattoo. Yeah, it might be our guy or it might not be. It's kind of weird that it says, well, he did say a tattoo on his head. It seems like you would say like at his temple. Our guy had a tattoo on his temple. The way they described it almost sounded like a big tattoo on his head. I think if someone had a tattoo on their temple, you wouldn't describe it as having a tattoo on their head, would you? Duke of Zill says, do these cases all link? Yes, they're all part of one campaign, and this is the finale. Alright, so if you'll remember, the way we decided to play this is a little fast and loose after our first game, where we realized there wasn't that much deduction involved. It was more role-playing. I don't want to spend money. We don't know if we're going to need it. So either spectators or passing through. Either way, we could be eating up extra time here. John says, do we want to bribe the very first bureaucrat? Yeah, that might set bad precedent. I think the best thing to do is introduce ourselves as spectators. Then they might tell us a little bit about the tournament. If we say we're passing through and then someone spots us in town, they might be like, you said you were just passing through. So let's introduce ourselves as spectators, which is card 3. Here it is. We're just gonna march through this and not waste too much time if we don't have to. We introduce ourselves and said we're here for the tournament. The tournament begins tomorrow, the guard commander told us, so today the grounds are off limits. There's enough space for guests at the camp so you can spend the night there. You're in the book. And he nodded toward the scribe, so you shouldn't have any trouble. I really hope you won't be causing any either. We assured him we wouldn't cause any trouble to anyone and thanked him for the information. And hey, by the way, he called after us, the execution is scheduled for the day after tomorrow. He'll be hanged at noon, in case you want to come watch. Reveal card 35 and place it in the center of the play area to start your map. Okay? So here's our map. It's another beautiful map with a different color palette. This one quite a little duller, but quite beautiful. There's the camp where we can sleep, and there it looks like the exhibition place. Okay, so we're going to put that up there and continue reading. We moved on, leaving the checkpoint behind us. What was going on? Was Vikul the rogue wizard with the tattoo, and Crest the one who was still at large? Why would he have attacked an officer? And what about the necromancer Gideon? Where was he during all this? Since when was necromancy legal in southern Riedenslav? If the execution was going to happen in 2 days, we had very little time to find answers. When the current time reaches noon on the third day, reveal card 61. Doesn't say the mission's going to end. It just says noon on the third day, reveal card 61. If the group ever reaches 9 fatigue on the time track, you must immediately take a rest action. Okay, so game doesn't end, but we can get all the way to 9 before having to rest. When we're ready to enter the camp, we can flip this card. Okay, noon on the third day. So the mission might end on the third day. We don't know. Was Vikul the rogue wizard with the tattoo and Crest the one? Do we need the pictures of our two people? I put them away, but I feel like now maybe we might need them from case 2. If we can find the pictures of them. So there's Vikul with his tattoo on his head, I suppose. Technically it is. There's the guy, Mogarian, who was killed, and then there's Cress. So he's saying, was Vikul the rogue wizard that they captured? Cress is the one who's still at large. What about the necromancer Gideon, who we don't have a picture of, but was in a gray or black robe? Alright, I guess we enter the camp now. Nothing else to do. Oh, this one we get rid of after we played it, it said. Alright, so that's it. The only thing we can do... Well, that's not true. Just technically speaking, we can enter the camp, but we do have another action. We can do any of our special actions, search or surveil or raid, right now at the camp. But we have no reason to do that, so let's enter the camp. The campsite for visitors was situated next to a fenced-off area where the tournament would be held. It offered an unobstructed view of the noble stone fortress. There were many different kinds of visitors in the crowd. Some were even non-human. Acer, tall and slender, and Van Ar, broad-shouldered and imposing. These guests attracted the most attention from gawkers. Beggars and peddlers were everywhere as well. There was even a traveling circus, lightening the mood with its colorful tents. According to the local folk, the troupe passed by every year, staging daily performances while they were here. Past the circus tents, we soon learned, was Dallas's Inn, with food, drink, and rooms for people who deemed the camp too loud. So there's two different kinds of species that we were introduced to here. The Acer, tall and slender, and the Van Ar, broad-shouldered and imposing. I don't know if we want to make a note of that. Reveal cards 36 and 38 and add them to your map. Okay. 36 and 38. 36, there's the circus and the inn. And then 38 is the fort. So let's see if we can figure out where these go. Okay. Looks like these connect. Did they? They kind of look like they connect, but not really. Oh, I see. No, that doesn't connect there. That seems like it connects there. Not sure where this goes. Up here, maybe? Let's see what the description is. Past the circus tents. Well, we're in the camp, right? Campsite is situated next to a fenced-off area where the tournament would be held. It offered an unobstructed view of the noble stone fortress, which is there. Past the circus tents. There was even a traveling circus. Doesn't say where it is relative to us, but maybe here. Okay. We considered our first step. We had no knowledge of events or why the agents had been saved and later arrested. We could start by questioning local folk or examining the fort's surroundings. So this is the camp. We can visit Dallas's Inn, which is up there. We can visit the circus. We can take a walk around the campfire and listen to rumors. We can visit the settlement near the fort. Or we can sleep in the camp after 6 p.m. I wanted to remind myself, when did he say the hanging was? He said it was tomorrow, right? Dangerous criminal escaped a week earlier. They're afraid he's going to infiltrate the tournament. So we should be looking for this dangerous prisoner who's escaping. And where's the description of... Execution is scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Okay, that's the 12 p.m. That's when our mission technically might end. Okay. Visit the inn, visit the circus, take a walk around the campfires, and listen to rumors. Yeah, I think that's a... Jonathan, Anna says the camp, it's below the camp. The circus, no. Oh, yes, you're right. Okay, there it goes. Okay, good. All right, I think we should walk around the campfire and listen to rumors. That's number 4. Okay. Time passes, it's 7 a.m. We wandered around the camp, listening to other guests' conversations. Some were discussing the circus shows. Some said that a few members of the troupe would have a good chance in the tournament if they decided to sign up. Others discussed local food or news from elsewhere in the country. A recent execution was frequently mentioned. Some traitor had been hanged and was still hanging from the gallows, in fact. Everyone was anticipating the next hanging. A few guests voiced their displeasure with the nighttime security sweeps. It seems many had been woken in the middle of the night only to be forced to wait as the guards made sure they were registered tournament visitors. We spoke to several people who had visited Fort Bear Claw before. They told us that the aldermen had ceased paying attention to the tournament results, and the fort no longer offered jobs to the winners. Noblemen from other towns had seen this as an opportunity and were busily recruiting anyone with a shred of talent. Ackermer, who used to organize the events himself, had delegated everything to his underlings. When we had gleaned as much as we could from idle talk, we turned our attention to the ever-present beggars. We hoped to convince them to share all they had seen and heard, either with coin or intimidation. So we can spend a coin or a combat token to talk to one of the beggars. Interesting. Well, we don't have to do that right now if we don't want to. I wouldn't mind going seeing the gallows to see who they hung. Not sure where we think that is, though. Do we want to use one of our... We've got 3 combat tokens. They don't refresh after we rest. I'm not sure if we want to use... Well, I don't want to use money or token. Anna says, so we could beat up a beggar. How noble. On the other hand, I don't want to spend that money. But it sounds like we could maybe, we're going to use these combat tokens in this tournament. So maybe we don't have to talk to a beggar. Although it is saying we turned our attention to the beggars. Let's keep walking around. We'll come back to the beggar when we run out of other better stuff to do before we spend some resources. Let's visit the settlement near the fort. I'm curious about that. Number 10. Outside the fort, time passes, it's now 8 a.m. Outside the fort, there was a settlement that had grown to a considerable size in the last 12 years of peace and now properly deserved to be called a town. Most of the houses were made of wood and had been built after the war, but there were a few stone houses that had clearly been there for more than 24 years. Nothing in the town was out of the ordinary. The adults were busy with their household chores. The kids ran and played in the streets. In the southern part of the town was a square, the most notable feature of which was a scaffold supporting 4 gallows poles. A freshly executed criminal hung from one of them. The square itself was largely deserted. We couldn't find anyone to talk to here. Reveal card 37 and add it to your map. So yeah, so anything that might get us more of the map, I'm all in favor of. So here's the new part of the map that just came out. This is outside the fort. We've got wasteland and then square. There's the gallows. Pretty cool. The art on this is pretty nice. So that's going to go right up here, right below the fort. As we headed, so we couldn't find anyone to talk to. As we headed north towards the fort, we noticed a peculiar empty patch of land right in the middle of the town. Evidently, the locals avoided it for some reason. The lot was overgrown and empty aside from a small, crudely built shed. We were trying to guess what was wrong with the place when our discussion was interrupted. An old man, decrepit and hobbling with a crane, was desperately struggling to catch up with us. Kind travelers, do wait a moment. You're not from here, are you? We let the old man approach, then asked what he wanted from us. I could use some help, friends. Locals are of no use. They're all afraid of something. Well, what do you need help with? I see you've magical trinkets and whatnot, the old man said, crooking a finger at our magician. The aid I seek is of a magical nature. Triffin is my name. Our patience was wearing thin. We told the old man to state his business clearly. Hesitantly, he told us he was being haunted by the ghost of his late wife. He spoke at length about how the restless spirit threw plates at him, even showing us bruises where he had occasionally been struck. He claimed the locals didn't believe him and just laughed at him, but he swore the story was no laughing matter and promised to reward us should we get rid of the accursed hag. So it's now an available night action that you can do while you're resting. You can help the old man, which would give you an extra fatigue. And now in the town, we've got some extra actions. Take a look at the square and talk to the town folk. Approach the fort or examine the barren land. It's interesting that it says approach the fort. I mean, there's the fort. It's weird that we have the fort action on this card of the town, but okay, I guess the fort is part of this town in some sense. So there the buildings are outside the fort. There's the wasteland that no one is occupying and building on. The square didn't seem to have people in it, but we could try to look for people. put this over here by the camp. Let me make sure I did all my time things. So this is where we started out. Then we went to the camp. We didn't do, sorry, I didn't flip that over. We just went to the camp, which was 1 time. Then we went to the town, which was 2 times. And that's where we are. Okay. All right. So we don't need to go to sleep yet. If we approach the fort, sounds like someone's just going to block us. But we could try it. We could examine the barren land. Let's do that. 59. I bet he will give us something useful in return, says Anna. That guy, if we help him. He seems poor, so I don't think it will be money, but info. Yeah, I think he's going to be info. But we can't do that until it's night. So let's try looking at the barren land and see if we can figure that out more, and maybe we'll check out the square. So let's try the barren land first, 59. All right, wasteland. Time clicks by. It's now 9 a.m. We were intrigued by the strange empty lot. We tried asking the locals about it, but they didn't seem too fond of talking to strangers. One woman bluntly told us the place had always had a bad reputation. If you're so curious, go find Chernava. She's been living there in that filth for more than 2 years, and it looks like she's not going anywhere. The woman waved her hand in the direction of the crude wooden shed and added, "Totally nuts, that one." We approached the shed and knocked on the door. A thin elderly woman in tattered clothes opened it. So let's see, we went right into that shed, knocked on the door. Knock, 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 knock. Thin elderly woman in tattered clothes opened it. We told her we were curious passers-by and asked her to tell us more about the place. Chernava seemed reluctant to speak, but she eventually told us she'd chosen to live on the vacant plot because she felt a close connection to her ancestors there. She said the land was unused because 2.5 years ago, Akamir's men had found dozens of remains buried beneath the place, some of them with weapons and armor. They dug it all up and moved the remains someplace else. Were they ancient, these remains? We inquired. The woman gave us a suspicious look and shook her head. No, they weren't ancient. The bones belong to people who lived in the fort before the war. We asked Chernova whether she had any idea why the alderman's people would be so interested in the remains. No, she snapped. Leave me alone. Then she closed the door. If we want to try to get more information from her, we can just flip this card. So remember, it was saying that the fort was, they don't know what happened, but it was overrun and another nearby town was ransacked. But they never heard from the garrison that was occupying the fort what actually happened, why the fort let the enemy through. So maybe they're trying to cover up the fact that they sold out to the enemies. All right, well, this is not a good sign that we're trying to get more information. Like she's gonna resist it. It's just gonna occupy more time. But I think I'm gonna flip this and continue and see what happens. So I'm flipping it. Time passes once more. We knocked again, but Chernava didn't answer. We decided to open the door and walk in, since there was no lock. The woman was sitting on a plank bench, gazing at the floor. "Did Akamir send you to arrest me?" she asked, without looking up. We told her we had nothing to do with the authorities and just wanted to find out what had happened there. Chernava was quiet for a time. Then she told us that she was the only surviving person who had lived in the fort before the war. Back then, only members of the garrison and their families lived there. Right before the Bashshas invaded, she learned her father had died and decided to flee. When she returned after the war, she heard that the fort had surrendered without a fight, and the soldiers and their families had disappeared, with disastrous consequences for the neighboring towns. She decided to keep her past a secret. When the remains were uncovered, she resolved to spend the rest of her life near the mass burial ground where her husband and her children had met their end. She dreaded arrest because ever since the bones had been found, Akamir's officers had been on the lookout for anyone who lived in the fort before the war. She was afraid they might use her for some sort of dark ritual, like the one they had performed here 2 years ago, shortly before the remains were loaded up and carted off. She told us that afterwards she had seen her son in a dream, and he'd warned her to keep away from those known as the Eye. That sounds like our token, the magic people. With that, she turned sorrowful, telling us she wanted nothing to do with any of this. She wouldn't say anything more, so we said our goodbyes and left. Okay, so that's the wasteland done. All right, 10 a.m. Anna thinks it might be magic that made them give up. Jonathan says he wants to visit the circus. All right, well, let's go to the square here, and then we'll go to the circus. So let's see if we can talk to any townfolk in the square, even though they don't seem to really want to talk, according to the description. On days when the time is passing, it's now 11 a.m. On days when the alderman's orders were read by the crier, the square was unusually full of people. Right now, however, it was largely deserted. Administrative and household buildings surrounded the square. The eastern side faced a scaffold with 4 gallows poles for hanging criminals. The western exit led to a busy street where merchants peddled their wares. We saw notice boards nearby. We could browse them for useful information and chat with the other townsfolk reading them while we're at it. We approached the scaffold. The body of its last victim was still hanging there, his hands tied behind his back and his head covered by a sack. The man looked as if he had been tough and strong in life. His calloused hands looked like those of a sword fighter. He seems to have been a soldier, maybe even an officer. It could be interesting to learn what he did to deserve this. Could we question him, should such a need arise? We asked our magician. Well, we most certainly could, in the dark of the night when the place is empty. So a new available night action, we can summon the spirit of the hanged man with mental strength, that's our mentalist. Or we can talk to the townsfolk and examine the notice boards. The summon the spirit has to be done at night. Cress is a scout, not really a sword fighter, so it's probably not our other guy, Cress. Well, I think we should check out the notice boards, so let's flip this. Okay, another time passes, it's noon. The people in the square were less than eager to talk to us. At first, we thought they were irritated by the influx of guests. But eventually we realized the local populace just didn't trust strangers. If I speak to you today, I may well be thrown behind bars for some imaginary offense tomorrow, a man told us as he walked briskly away. Why don't you fetch a hangman? Save us all some time. He ain't had any work for 2 days now, a woman burst out as we inquired about the alderman and the prisoners. Evidently, the guards had arrested many people over the past few years, claiming they were criminals of all sorts and then sentencing them to death. Occasionally, there was no public execution at all, and the arrested people simply disappeared in the fort's dark dungeons. There were even missing persons notices on the board, along with those offering goods and services. All of the missing individuals were last seen when they were arrested by the guards. The evidence suggested the fort administration had become extremely suspicious and had implemented measures far beyond what was reasonable. And this is just a recap of our night action to summon the spirit of the hanged man. Okay, so people are being kept in the fort and arrested. The bureaucracy here is just arresting people. Now, I want to remind you, we've got 2 searches and 1 surveillance that we want to use by the end of the day because they get refreshed. So we might want to be thinking now as it gets closer to night where we want to search and surveil. So we haven't approached the fort yet, and we haven't gone to the circus yet. And I guess if we're going to search and surveil, we could do it at night. I mean, do it right before we go to sleep. And we shouldn't write off the inn. Even if we don't want to sleep there, inn is a good place to hear gossip, right? But I am curious about the fort. So I think the first thing we should do is, I was going to say, that approach the fort sounds like we're not going to get in. But might we want to search it or surveil it? Talk a bit more, go to the circus inn. Jonathan says circus. Okay. Jonathan says, I'm for the circus because I feel we might have a harder time convincing ourselves to go there later. I see. It's the old, do it before you come to your senses and don't do it. All right, let's go to the circus. So I'll put this by the square. I'll put this by the town. Camp. Okay, the circus is, visit the circus number 5. Let's go to the circus. Okay, time passes. It's now 1 p.m. We headed toward the brightly colored circus tents and the loud, energetic music. Many people had gathered around the tents and the improvised stage in the middle. At the moment, a young woman in a jester's cap was juggling some apples. The audience met the performance with smiles and loud, mostly indecent, remarks. Further away, a barker noisily invited people to gather for the next performance, which was about to begin. He ardently promised the audience a veritable extravaganza of emotion. To the side of the main area, there were some less colorful tents. This must have been where the troupe lived and prepared for their performance. So we can talk to the barker about the circus and the performance. We can try to talk to some of the actors, or we can attend the performance itself and hear some emotion-filled story. I think the story at the circus could be a story about the lore of this world and something that happened. And since I'm in it for the flavor of this game, I want to attend the performance. So I'm going to flip this card over and we're going to attend the performance. We found, time passes, it's 2 p.m. We found ourselves a place by the stage where the girl was juggling. As we sat, she ended her performance with a bow and skipped away. A giant Van R with fangs protruding from his lower lip took her place. He brought several heavy iron weights, which he began to toss and twirl as if they were nothing but skins filled with sawdust. Next, there was a young acrobat who performed various stunts on a tightrope strung above the stage. A knife thrower with a young female assistant came next. The thrower, whose face was hidden by a black mask, bowed to the audience, then walked a dozen paces away from the girl and pulled a knife from his belt. The audience went silent as his blade flew through the air, but when it struck the apple on the girl's head dead in the center, they erupted in raucous applause. The final act was a parade of oddities, including a bearded lady and several men and women with physical deformities. Judging by the laughing and cheering from the crowd, this was the most anticipated feature. So we can go back to do the things we were able to do before. Talk to the barker about the actors and the performances, the circus and performances, or attempt to talk to some of the actors. So we could talk to the knife thrower, this Van R. The Van R are the, we didn't write it down, but one of them are these other creatures. One of them, this one is the strong ones, and then there's some that are the tall, thin ones. I forget which is which. I want to visit the inn. I want to visit all the places before we start talking to people. So I'm going to visit Dallas's inn number 7 and make sure to see if there are places we need to know about, to sleep, whatever. Here's the inn. Then I'm going to check back in with the chat. So time passes, now 3 p.m. We headed towards a 3-story building under a sign that said, "Rest at Dallas's." The interior was impressive. The inn was spacious but clean, and the furniture looked sturdy and well made. It seemed the proprietor valued his reputation. All the patrons looked to be either nobles or servants of nobles. A troupe of musicians played in the corner, adding to the coziness of the place. Several attractive waitresses moved between the tables. The inn offered an unexpectedly large selection of food as well as comfortable rooms for the night. Not one, but 2 cooks were busy in the kitchen. The innkeeper himself was standing behind the bar, pouring drinks and conversing casually with the customers. We greeted him and found an empty table, then took a good look around. 2 groups caught our eye. One of the tables was occupied by 4 men wearing fort guard uniforms. Behind them were 3 people who clearly looked like they were from out of town. So we could try to talk to the patrons, or we could pay a coin to stay for the night. So I guess if you choose to talk to the patrons, you're either going to be talking to the guards or the out-of-towners or both. That appeals to me. Well, let's see, what are our options here? We can approach the fort. We can talk to these patrons. We can talk to people about the circus. We could bribe or try to pressure one of the beggars. John says, anyone we're looking for the man in the mask could be. I see. Well, officially we're trying to find Gideon and our 2 agents. Unofficially, though, we're a little bit also concerned about this escaped criminal. The only place we haven't gone is to approach the fort, but presumably they won't let us in. Remember, we want to search and surveil. Think about the fact that we can't, if we're going to search a place, we can't do stuff there. So we don't want to do stuff at places before we search and surveil. I guess while we're at the inn, I'd like to talk to the patrons. So that's 31. I feel like this is almost like a role-playing game, and so like talking to the people at the inn seems like all... Jonathan says, should we do one search now? All right, before I do this, should we do one search now and then one before we sleep? So what we've been doing, I'm putting this back for now, what we've been doing is waiting to do our searches and surveillance at night, but Jonathan is pointing out that if we do a search now, the only reason not to do it at night, well, if we know where we want to go, we could do it, and if we wanted to do something else at the place we searched, like if you wanted to search and surveil it, you'd have to search now, and then 3 ticks later you could surveil it. But I think the problem is that if we search or surveil one of these places, we can't do stuff at them. And I think we still want to do something at the circus and do something at the inn, so we couldn't use it there. And the wasteland, it's the square that we could actually search. But then it sounds like we could commune with that hanged man, so we don't really have to search him if we're going to talk to him. So I think we don't know where to search yet. So let's talk to the patrons is 31. Okay, here's the inn. Time is ticked. It's 4 p.m. We tried to join the group of guards, but they were in no mood for a chat. They asked the waitress for more wine and put a bag of dice on the table. We moved to the table occupied by guests from afar and tried to strike up a conversation with them. The men told us they had attended the tournament in the past 6 years. Meeting here had become a tradition for them. However, each year they were less happy with the place. They wistfully recalled that there had been a time when the locals hadn't been so skittish, and there hadn't been any gallows in the town square. At the earlier tournaments, the alderman had handed out prizes himself and mingled with the audience instead of sitting far back surrounded by his guard. While we were busy conversing with our new acquaintances, a drama broke out at the soldiers' table. One of them, very drunk by now, had lost at dice. He must have bet something valuable since he was refusing to pay up. His friends, no less drunk than him, started dragging him outside the inn to settle the score. We could interfere, either by paying whatever the loser owed or defending him from his buddies. The soldiers looked so drunk that none of them would even remember the next morning. So this action, which becomes unavailable if not used right now, spend a coin or a combat to help out the soldier. Okay, I think it might be time to use our first combat. Although a coin is not a bad thing to use. We've got 3 of them. This scenario seems to be combat heavy. So maybe we do spend a coin here. Although, if you're trying to be noble, maybe you give the coin to the beggar and use the sword with these guys. We don't want to use a coin here and to use a coin for the beggar. So if we use a coin here, we're going to have to either bypass the beggar or use force on the beggar, which seems inappropriate. All right, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll take a break here. We'll come back in 8 minutes and we'll make our decision. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. We were talking in the chat what we should do here. We have to do this now if we're going to do this at all. The guards are having a fight about a bet someone lost. He's refusing to pay up. His friends, no less drunk than him, started dragging him outside the inn to settle the score. We could interfere either by paying what the loser owed or defending him from his buddies. The soldier looked so drunk that none of them would remember. So, actually, if we defend him, he does owe the money. But I've already decided we've been itching for a fight for 2 cases. Now we've got our first chance. Although I'd rather it be like defending someone's honor than defending the degenerate gambler from paying his debt. But I'm not going to pay. So either we do nothing or we're just going to use some force. He's still going to owe his money. We're just going to keep him from getting killed. So I'm going to spend a combat token just so we get a feel for it. It's our first time doing it. So we're spending a combat token to help out the soldier. Let's see what happens here. The soldier was barely able to speak. All we did was pull out our sword like, you're not killing someone while we're around. We didn't say he didn't have to pay up eventually. The soldier was barely able to speak, but tried to thank us for our assistance and even asked how he could repay our noble efforts. We handed him a fresh wineskin, then sadly told him that there was nothing he could do for us. Half an hour later, the soldier was proudly beating his chest, promising to do all in his power to help us. We hesitantly confessed that we needed a way inside the fort's dungeons. "What's on your mind, lads?" the soldier asked us, grinning knavishly. "You've a mind to steal from the alderman?" Before we could answer, he laughed merrily. "Joking, I'm joking, and you thought I couldn't. Help you get inside? You offend me. I know the secret. The secret passage, yeah." The soldier described the place where we could find the secret tunnel into the fort. Then he produced an old rusty key and handed it to us. "There's a gate there. This key should open it." We expressed our gratitude and left. Flip card 38 so that 38B is revealed. This is the fort. We now have a secret way in, a secret passage up here into the fort. And reveal card 40. I see. So it wasn't a mistake. Here's another key with a hole. So it is a mechanic where you see if the key opens it by matching where the hole is. Okay. So reveal card 40 is a rusty key. So it is a thing. Well, Anna says that was a good call. Did I advance time? No, I didn't advance time. Thanks, Jonathan. It wasn't a good call. We were going to do it. And whether we gave him money or not, he was going to let us in. But yeah, okay. So we've got a key into the fort. I think, I'll tell you what the good call was. The good call was not wasting time approaching the fort, because it doesn't seem like we needed to do that. We're just going to get told we're not allowed in. So we saved a time by not trying that. And now we know we're going to get in the secret passage. Although it's a safe bet that this isn't going to be the key that does it. So we've got a key that is going to be matched up with something to see if it opens. We'll just put that aside. And now it says a new action is search for the entrance to the secret passage. So he's told us where the secret passage is. It looks like a cave, but we still have to search for the entrance to find it. And we're going to want to go to sleep soon. So the question is, do we want to... It's kind of odd that we have to search for the entrance to it. Should we just use a search token on it? Is using a search token on it, you instead of having to do this? Feels like that might be more efficient. That might save us time. Jonathan says, I'm for surveilling the secret passage to see if anyone else uses it. That's an interesting idea. Without any evidence that someone else uses it, though, huh? That's a bit risky. All right, rather than overthinking it, let's think about role-playing it. We need to find the door. I think it makes sense to search the secret passageway. It's either we could search it directly or use this search for the entrance. I'm thinking we use a search token on the secret passageway and avoid searching for the entrance directly. Although I understand that's a controversial, weird thing. It's almost time to sleep, so it's time for us to plan the 2 places we're going to search and the 1 place we're going to surveil. So I'm more inclined to want to surveil the circus. So I think what I'd like to do, since these are going to trigger when we sleep, is do the circus action so that we can see if there's someone worth surveilling there. So why don't we... A circus seems like a good place for someone to hide. So... Yeah, I mean, thinking about it logically, what we should be trying to do now is, what's the action that will let us decide where to search and surveil? We're going to do 2 searches and 1 surveil right before we sleep. So, I mean, Jonathan's idea of surveilling the secret passageway makes a lot of... We have no basis for doing that, although it's a very clever idea. You could see how that could discover something very cool. But we have no basis for thinking it. We don't even have a theory that would explain it. And we want to find out where our people are. Although they might have been arrested. But I think we should talk to the circus. Then maybe we'll have... That's at least a shot at having a better idea of whether we want to surveil it. So we can either talk to the barker about the circus and the performances, or attempt to talk to some of the actors. It seems like maybe talking to some of the actors would give us maybe better. So let's talk to some of the actors, and then we'll decide where we want to search and all that. So I'm picking 41. Talk to some of the actors. So time clicks, it's now 6 p.m. We made our way through the crowd to the performers' tents. A slim young fellow came out of one of the tents, accompanied by a heavy-set bearded woman. We took this opportunity to strike up a conversation. Good day to you. You are performers here, right? Yes, we are, my sister and I. The young man took the woman by the arm. Have been traveling with the circus for a while now. I'm a tightrope walker, and she has some natural gifts to display. Why do you ask? We told them we had been enthralled by their performances and were very interested in how they lived and worked. Well, it isn't all fun and games. You need to practice a lot to perform. My sister isn't all about her beard, you know. In one of our most popular performances, I do my stunts from the top of a pole that my sister balances on her head, while she juggles heavy weights, no less. Still, this is much better life than we had before. We were lucky enough to meet Victor. Before this, we had to beg, and the boy hesitated, and the woman stepped in. Well, engage in other dubious activities. Oh, very much so, the boy finished. But Victor never asked us about our past. Flip the card. Is Victor your master? We asked the young man. We have no masters here, the boy replied, sounding a little offended. We're all equals. See Victor working right over there, bringing people into the show? He's more like a father to us. He leads us. He divides the profits fairly. He decides where we go and who we take in. He found us a great guy some time ago. Cirque throws knives like no one I ever saw. Incredible skill. You think this Cirque would talk to us? He won't. The performers exchanged looks. He won't talk to anyone. And no one will talk to you about him either. We'd do well to change the subject. And so we did. We asked the performers about the fort. They shrugged and told us that the fort's top officers used to attend the performances. The alderman himself had occasionally taken in the show and expressed his enjoyment with coin. But for the last 3 years, neither the alderman nor any of his inner circle had been anywhere near the circus. Meanwhile, the rules had only grown more strict. Good thing they haven't started searching us yet, the woman said with a guffaw. Who knows how long that'll last? We thanked the performers and bade them farewell. Good thing they haven't started searching us yet. All right, so it's 6 p.m. It's probably time for us to go to sleep if we want to get up in the morning and do some stuff. So we have to decide 2 places to search and 1 place to surveil, and they must all be different. So it's reasonable for us to surveil the circus and see if we find where Cirque might go. Or we could surveil the secret passage and roll the dice and see if Jonathan's theory pays off. If it does pay off, it'll be huge. We could search the circus since they don't want to be searched. I like that idea. I think we should search the circus. Maybe we'll get some coins to spend to rob the circus. So I say we search the circus. She doesn't want to be searched. I think we should search the circus. And I think we should either search the secret passageway or surveil it and take Jonathan's high risk, high reward idea. And then we do have 1 more place to search if we surveil the secret passageway. Probably if we surveil it, we'll see nothing. But if we do see it, it would be pretty cool. All right, so we're going to do that. For the fun, we're going to surveil the secret passageway. So we're going to surveil the secret passageway. It's a very fun idea if it pans out. We're going to search the circus. And then we've got one more search to do. I don't think it makes sense to search the fort, because I think the best we're likely to hit is to find the secret passageway. And I think searching the wasteland is useless. That's just going to be... Well, that's not quite true. We could find the bones, but they dug up all the bones. So we could search the campsite. That could get us good information, or we could search the town square where everyone's hiding from. And it says the camp. Okay, let's check in with the chat. 3 years ago, something happened, it seems. 2 years ago, they performed some black magic on the wasteland. In Rotwood, it was 2 years ago when the hunter found the perfector. Where do you want to search? Okay, so we all picked one of our places. Surveilling the passage, searching the camp, searching the circus. I like it. I like it. All right, so now we must decide where to go to sleep. So I think... It says after 6 p.m. Do we have one more thing to do? I think maybe we have one more thing to do. We've been sleeping at 6 p.m. I think it probably means at 6 p.m. So there's one more thing we could do. I think we should sleep in camp rather than spend money to stay in the hotel. If you stay in the hotel, you get an extra time. But I feel like we care about our coins more than our time. And we're going to do some night action. So the only question I have for you before we go to sleep is... They are all talking about Victor the Barker. Do we want to talk to Victor before we... No, we'll talk to him tomorrow. Do the ghost and the hangman night actions. I think we may only be able to do one night action, so we may have to make a choice. But okay, let's go to sleep now. So we're going to try to take the rest action. Before we do that, we collect all of our planned tokens. So we got a surveillance of 11, which was the passageway. And then we searched the camp, which is 1. And then we searched the circus, which was 3. There is something fun in this mechanic about getting these special cards. Okay, so these stay on here to mark that we've done them, so we won't do them again. And then normally I would have put my tokens out here, but then they go away when we sleep. All right, so we do these first. So let's see. So first, let's search the camp. There were hundreds of people in the camp. Conducting a search there would be like combing through an entire city borough. I tried scanning the crowd for familiar faces, but saw none. I peeked into the tents all I could, walked around the neighborhood, and even checked the nearby ditches, but only found a Van R who had passed out there after drinking too much. He was sprawled out in a ditch, using a rock for a pillow and snoring up a storm. From time to time, he muttered something unintelligible. I got curious, so I moved closer and listened carefully. The Van R was talking to someone in his dream. I'm Demian Ficus. Yes, Corbin? I used to know him. All right. His cook used to make some awesome hooch. Rauman was his name. Yeah. His brother? Of course. Corbin in Dallas. No, he was fine when I last saw him. After that, Van R stopped muttering, rolled over, and resumed snoring loudly. So what is he having? He's having a dream about, we heard there were 2 cooks in the kitchen. This guy seems to be having a dream about this guy because Dallas, Corbin, Rauman, he's having a dream about Dallas and his cook who used to make hooch. So maybe we're going to be returning to the inn and dealing with these cooks somehow. To get booze, maybe. All right, now we are... If we sleep in camp, we can't search it. And I just searched the camp. So now we have to sleep in the inn and spend a coin? Okay, that's what we'll do then. So we have to choose. We forgot about that rule. All right. That's okay. We'll spend one of our coins. We'll sleep in the... It's a shame because if we knew that, we probably would have... If we remembered that, we would have remembered to... We probably would have slept in the camp and searched the inn. All right, it's okay. Let's search the circus now. Among the artist's tents, I notice one with a playful-looking sign that reads, Papa Victor. I thought it might belong to the circus master, so I decided to start my search there. The show was still in progress, so I had the perfect opportunity to get into the tent unnoticed. Inside the tent, I saw a large desk covered in paperwork, with performance sketches and diagrams scattered around. If you have the keyword Archer, reveal card 13 from the search deck. If not, card 12. Well, we don't have the keyword Archer. We don't have an Archer, right? Like, it doesn't say anything on the back of any of these that gives us Archer keyword. All right, so instead we get 12 from the search deck. I found records of the circus company's earnings and specific performers' shares of the profits. I browsed through them and discovered that a new name had been added to the troupe list quite recently, Cirque. There was a note next to it saying, remind him to find a better alias. Amongst the papers and equipment, I spotted several scattered coins and a miniature carved chest. I picked up the chest to examine it. When I raised the lid a little, its bottom suddenly fell out, spilling the contents on the floor. The chest had been filled with some kind of white powder, which now covered the floor, the table, and some of the nearby objects. I didn't have time to clean it up, so I decided to make it look like a regular burglary. I threw the papers off the table and took all the coins I could find. I hastily rummaged through the other belongings, trying to make it look like someone had searched for money, then left. Add 2 coins to your pool. Well, that's pretty good. We got 2 coins. We robbed them, and we found Cirque had recently come, and he's traveling on an alias, so that could be the criminal that's hiding out. So that was pretty good. And now, surveillance of the secret passageway. John says, this will cover our room cost at the inn. Yes. Okay, so surveilling the secret passageway. Let's see what we got here. I watched the entrance to the dungeon for a long time, but saw no one, even though there were clear traces that someone had been there quite recently. There were footprints leading south in the direction of the town. Whoever left them was definitely a large man. All right, so it was a good idea. It wasn't totally devoid of information. A large man, but not quite as good as we hoped, but a large man. All right. Now, as Anna points out, we couldn't have searched the camp if we're going to sleep there. You know, I might be inclined to make a... I'm going to make a house ruling on that. I'm okay with sleeping at the inn, but I'm going to make a house ruling on that. Well, okay, maybe I changed my mind. I was thinking thematically, everyone's being called in before we go to sleep. So doesn't it seem like it's even easier to sleep where they did their last stuff right before going to sleep? But maybe not. It's already a weird thing where you're allowed to do this and bring this stuff, do this stuff that would normally make you go to sleep longer. We're not messing up that rule, are we? Well, we can't check the rule book because the rule book's put away, but actually it's in the FAQ. My group started surveillance but rested before they were completed. All active search and surveillance events trigger when you rest. I mean, we've read it 3 or 4 times now. All right, so we're going to sleep in the inn. And maybe there's going to be advantage to that. Maybe we're going to be able to do something at the inn that we wouldn't do if we didn't sleep there. As Jonathan points out, we just robbed the circus, so we got plenty of money. So we're going to spend a coin, and we're going to stay for the night in the inn. So here we go. If you have stayed at the inn at least once before, ignore the following text. Read card 32 and flip this card. So this is information we wouldn't have gotten if we didn't sleep at the inn. We asked the waitress whether we could stay the night. She told us the owner, Dallas, handled guests and their money personally. We approached the innkeeper, who smiled and told us we were welcome to stay. He brought out a thick ledger and asked us our names. We gave him the same names we'd given the guards at the checkpoint, and he wrote them down. Then he flipped through the pages, checking something. Welcome and have a pleasant night. Here is the key to your room. The man handed us a key and explained how to find our lodgings. Now, if you have the keyword unmasking, remove this card from play. Unfortunately, we do not. We don't, right? I'm trying to think. No, we don't. Jonathan says, going back a step, do you think the white powder was some sort of drug, circus traveling drug trade? And now we have the drug money. What came to my mind was that it was like a dye pack in a bank meant to show if someone's tampered with it. But you could be right, it could be drugs, but wouldn't it be in a container? You don't just put drugs at the bottom of your chest. So I was thinking it was like a dye pack, but you could be right. It could be some sort of drugs or something. Our guys didn't seem particularly concerned about it. All right, unfortunately, we don't have unmasking. So reveal card 32 and flip this card. We didn't actually sleep. Is 32 going to have us sleep now? Yes, okay. So I think we would have discovered something interesting if we had had that thing. Instead, reveal card 32 and flip this. Let's just make sure we note this. We gave him our names. He flipped through the pages checking something. Interesting. What names did we give him? Just made up names? When we came into this place, introduce yourselves as spectators. I want to see what we told them. did we come in from? Introduce yourselves as spectators. We should get card 3. We introduce ourselves. There's enough space. You're in the book. Doesn't say what names we used. Okay. After supper, we went to our rented room. It was spacious and well furnished, exceeding all our expectations. Replenish all of our surveillance and search. So we get 2 search and 1 surveillance. Count up your fatigue. Add 1 fatigue point for each red bar in the current space of time and 1 for each wound. Set the time to 6 a.m. So we have no fatigue. You may gain a fatigue to take 1 night action on any card in play. If you do, resolve that action, then follow the rest of this card. And then some event's going to happen. You've got to read this carefully. And then we've got a night action here. Raid the inn under the cover of darkness. May take some time. All right, so let's look at our night actions available. We can raid the inn under the cover of darkness, which will take a fatigue and some time. We can summon the spirit of the hanged man, which gives us a fatigue and lets us get some help from the old guy. Where was the other one? Or we can help the old man. Oh yeah, sorry. Help the old man who's being haunted by his wife. Or we could summon the spirit of the hanged man. Or we could raid the inn under the cover of darkness. And I'm going to spend our coin. And here's a picture of the inn. And if you had stayed the inn once before, ignore the following text, reveal card 32. Oh, that was that card. And flip this card. Okay, right. So this stays flipped. So which action of the... we're going to do one of the night actions. That we know. This is a bonus raid. That's right. The rules say very clearly. Jonathan asked, is this a bonus raid? Anna says, don't raid the inn. Maybe we need to rescue Vikel. Okay, so the rules say very clearly, when it says raid as an action, as a special action, as it does here, it doesn't take a token. So, here's something to consider. No, I guess it's not true. I was thinking we couldn't raid... if we don't raid the inn now, we'll have to sleep at the inn again in order to raid it. But I don't think that's true. Yes, it is true. Yes, it is true. So look what it says. We can take a night action now, right? And then we do the sleep stuff. Now look what it says. First of all, it says, if this is your first rest action, reveal a card. So something's going to happen at night. Then it says, remove this card from play and return it to the deck. So to get this card out again, we're going to have to sleep at the inn again. That's what's going to spend another coin, sleep at the inn, and trigger 32, which brings this card out. So I think, logically, here's the beautiful inn. If we're going to do this, we probably want to do it now. Although Jonathan points out that if we came back to the inn with Unmask, we'd get a different card. Maybe we could do instead of raiding. But that's really risky. I think while we're here, we should... Anna says we can't come back. We can come back by paying a coin. Why do we want to raid it? I'll tell you why we want to raid it. Because we saw this guy having a dream mentioning weird stuff going on with his cook used to make hooch. Corbin and Dallas, he was fine when I lost some. And when they checked us in, he was acting suspicious, looking at the book for someone else's name. So yeah, I think we gotta raid it. Jonathan says, to clarify, I don't think we can trigger unmask. I think that's wrong. If we came back to the inn, it says, ignore the following text, reveal card 32 and flip this card. I see. In other words, we would reveal it right away and skip this. So we can't do unmask. Jonathan might be right. So I think that all of that, it's true. If we do this, flip this card, then we don't even get a chance to do this unmask. So we're not going to be able to come back and do the unmasking. All the more reason we're going to do this raid of the inn. It's going to take some time. That's unfortunate. We're not going to be able to come back from the inn. That's right. We got in here. We paid our money. We're going to raid it. Okay, so one night action, follow the rest of the card steps. All right, we're going to do this. We're raiding it. So +1 fatigue. I'm going to give us a fatigue. And I'm going to draw card 58. One more time clock. That makes it 7 a.m. It was nighttime and the inn was quiet. The lights were still on and one of the employees was cleaning up inside. But the owner had gone to his room to sleep a while ago. We crept up to his window, opened it quietly, and climbed in. Holding a knife to his throat, we shook Dallas from sleep. His eyes filled with fear, and he said that if we were after his money, he kept it somewhere else. We replied that we couldn't care less about his money. It was information we're after. We asked Dallas if he was allowed inside the fort. He told us that only the guards, the hangman, and those with special permits were allowed inside. He swore he didn't have such a permit. Asked about his relationship with the fort authorities, he told us the guards had started giving him lists of names, telling him he couldn't rent to anyone who wasn't registered and approved. They'd also started asking him to report suspicious individuals and activities to him. Dallas didn't try to hide the fact that he'd become an informant for the guards, but he claimed he had no choice. He needed to maintain a good relationship with the authorities for the sake of his business. He claimed everyone had grown tired of the harsh measures, even some of the guards, but speaking up about it seemed like a good way to end up in the fort's dungeons. So far, this is not useful to us. Let's just flip the card. Given the freedom to speak his mind, Dallas had nothing good to say about the alderman. He told us that Akamir had gone mad with paranoia, and that his inner circle had driven him to it by stirring up intrigue and undermining their lord's trust. In the past 2 years, there had been more arrests and executions than in the previous 10. The populace was uneasy about it. They lived in fear of being arrested. When we asked him about the prisoners, Dallas claimed he didn't know who was kept in the dungeons. However, he did know a way to get inside. He told us there was a secret passage nearby leading straight to the dungeons. He didn't know the exact location, but he was sure the hangman who lived near the gallows was using it. We examined the innkeeper's room, but found nothing useful. Flip card 37, so 37B is revealed. So 37B gives us the hangman's house. We made Dallas write a note to his staff saying he had to leave for a couple days. Then we bound him up, pulled him out through the window, dragged him some distance away from the town, and tied him to a tree. Hang in there, we told him. We'll make sure you're released soon. Put a raid token from the supply on the map, so we can't go back there. That's a little unfortunate. We did anticipate that. Anna anticipated that. I hope we didn't need that drink from the cook. All right. We're not going to be going back to the inn. All right. So now it says follow the steps. For each fatigue point, we have 1. We would advance this. We already did that. That's what we... No, we didn't do that. That was the time on the card. Fatigue is extra. So now it's 8 a.m. Or we could spend something, but we don't want to spend it. If this is your first rest action, reveal card 13. The morning was bright and clear. The whole neighborhood could hear the bugles announce the beginning of the tournament. Crowds of excited people started gathering at the entrance to the tournament grounds. The event was now open for everyone, participant and spectator. Flip card 35, so 35B is revealed. And then, if we want, we can attend the tournament. All right, so 35 is flipped. This card, 32, goes back in the deck. We are not going to be going back there. All right, that was not the most efficient night of sleep we have had in this game. We got redundant information about the secret passage. Okay, and there's the tournament that's now open. People are fighting in it, and we can go attend it by going to this card. And we can't go back to the inn, so maybe we'll put this card away, right? I don't believe we can go back to the inn. So I'm going to just put the inn card far away. All right, so surveillance and search. We might not want to wait till the end of the day to do one of these. When we revealed the hangman's house, but we didn't add any action to do anything with it. That's kind of interesting, don't you think? Like normally when you reveal a new place, you get an action that says to do something there. But we didn't get that. But we were told that the hangman uses the secret passageway. I'm afraid if we search the hangman's house, it's just gonna tell us, hey, you found the... Oh, but maybe we'll find the key. The proper key to the hangman's house. All right, let's do that. Since we have no other way to interact with it, let's search the hangman's house. So we're gonna search the hangman's house right now. So we put our token on 10. And that... Well, wait, let's pause. Should we try to go investigate the secret passageway first? Or do we want to search the hangman's house no matter what? We kind of want to search the hangman's house no matter what, right? This is the interesting question. The innkeeper told us that he uses the secret passageway. So one possibility is that the whole branch of the hangman is just to get us another way to get into the secret passageway. On the other hand, we kind of feel like this key is not going to be the right one for the secret passageway. So I think we should search the hangman's house right away. Maybe get another key. Yes, I think we should do that. Let's search the hangman's house because I think we're going to need his key. I'm going to put the lock 3 time steps ahead at 11 a.m. I think we're going to eventually... Yeah, okay. And then we're going to check out the secret passageway, but maybe we should do the tournament stuff first until we finish searching the hangman's house. We've got money. I think we should bribe the beggar. Let's go bribe that beggar. So that's at the camp. Now that we've got money, I think we bribed the beggar. Unless we have someplace else to... All right. Back up a little bit. Let's not be too cute. Let's do the action that searches around for the entrance. Because if we find an entrance, we may want to search that. I've already started the hangman's house search going, but we still have one more search. So let's go to the... Where is our... Here. So let's do this. Search for the entrance to the secret passageway. Let's not be too cute. That's our main thing. Let's do that first. And see if it brings us a new location that we may want to start a search going. Okay, so here we go. It's a secret passage. We're done with this card. Let me just make sure we revealed card 40. Yes, we did. That was our key. Okay, so available actions, search the passageway. We did that so we can put this away. All right, now, secret passage. Time passes. The entrance to the secret tunnel was difficult, impossible even to find by accident. It was hidden at the bottom of a small ravine, one of many in the woodlands. Even with directions to it, we spent a considerable amount of time finding it, but that was only part of the problem. The entrance was blocked by a massive reinforced door with a keyhole. The lock was more intricate than anything we've seen before. We needed a key. If you have a key, you can attempt to open the door. Flip this card and put your key card on top of it. Then reveal the card with the number showing through the hole. Clever. Okay. I don't think our rusty key that the soldier gave us is going to open this door. That's my gut. That's right. Jonathan says, let's wait and see if we don't get a different key from the hangman's house. That's exactly my thought. Now, if flipping this doesn't take up time, then it doesn't matter. But I think it may take time, so we should wait till we have the other key. But I think we're all on this. I think we're on the same page here. It's kind of cute as a game mechanic that one path revealed to us the dungeon passage and gave us a key. Anna wants to flip it. And the other one gave us the hangman's house and we're told that he used the secret passageway. We thought, oh, these are redundant. That's a shame. But now I'm thinking they're not redundant. Like both of them tell us about the secret passageway, but one showed us where it was and the other one told us that the hangman uses it. And that's what his footprints gave us. So I think we need his key. So we're not going to flip this yet. We're going to just let 2 more ticks of the clock go by till we see if we get the hangman's key. So in the meantime, let's go pay the beggar. So that's this card here. Spend a coin or combat to talk to one of the beggars. All right, we're going to spend a coin. Throwing that away. And talk to one of the beggars. Time passes. We asked the beggar to share his most recent rumors. He told us the guards were looking everywhere for some fugitive whose identity was a mystery to everyone. We think it might be the circus knife thrower. Likewise, no one seemed to know the identity of the wizard who had been locked in the fort for the past week, and we think now that that's our guy, Vickle. Who he is, what he's guilty of, nobody knows, the beggar said, shrugging. They say he's a thief and a murderer, but in this place you can hang for no good reason. That officer they hanged for treason a couple days ago, everybody who knew him said he couldn't have been a traitor. Even sharing rumors isn't safe these days. People get arrested, then they just vanish. You'd be better served by going to the local merchants. The man stressed the last word, merchants. They'll surely tell you more. The beggar explained to us how to find the local smuggler's hideout and provided us with a password that would let us in. And with that, we departed. Flip card 36, so 36B is revealed, and then we can visit the smuggler's hideout. I have to say, I like how these map cards get flipped and reveal new places. Okay, so there we've got now the smuggler's hideout. Do we need a close-up so we can appreciate this art? There's the smuggler's hideout next to the inn. Luckily, it's not in the inn. All right, and then we got a new action, the smuggler's hideout. All right, so we've still got one more time before our search of the hangman's house is done. So we could go to the smuggler's hideout, attend the tournament, or try to open the door. Or talk to the barker about the circus. Talk to the barker after we robbed him. That's a little scary. So I think we should probably visit the smuggler's hideout, yes. Let's go to the smuggler's hideout. Number 6. Smuggler's hideout caused 2 time to go by. That's a little unfortunate. So let's do the thing that happened first before that, which is the search of the hangman's house. All right, let's see if our theory was correct that we're going to find a key here. Well, it has no hole in it, so I guess we're wrong. Or are we? The hangman's house was small, so it didn't take long to search it. It took much longer to wait for the owner to leave so I could sneak in. Despite its unsightly exterior, the house was furnished with quality furniture. On the wall, I saw 2 elaborately decorated steel swords above a long coat of chainmail and breastplate. The swords seemed to be in perfect condition, sparkling clean and brought to a mirror polish. They appeared to be of great value to the owner. The men kept a few massive rings on the shelves of the carved cabinet, as well as a couple of stones and a few simple bone figures and amulets. It was clear that he wasn't trying to hide these items. Instead, he reserved a special place for each and took good care of them, making sure they didn't get covered in dust. At last, on one of the shelves, I spotted a very unusual, intricately shaped key. I thought it might prove useful in the future, so I quickly made a cast mold to make a copy later. I didn't have much time left, so I left the house. Reveal card 14. So are we going to have a mold of that key? So we have to find a place to have it made? Let's see, 14. Or is this just going to get us the key? Looks like it gets us the key. Ta-da! The tricky key. Alrighty. So there's the rusty key and there's the tricky key. So I guess we made a copy of the key. All right, so let's put that up there with our keys. Now let's read the smuggler's hideout. Nothing about the house suggested it was a meeting place for smugglers, thieves, or other criminals. We knocked on the door and whispered the password. The door opened, but the entrance was blocked by the massive frame of a tattooed thug. He looked us over and led us inside with a nod. We passed through a hidden door camouflaged as a closet and discovered a staircase leading deeper into the basement. Below was a spacious room where people talked and drank at the bar counter. The barkeep was an aging man with a black patch over his eye. "What do you need?" he asked us. "My name's Bloot. Never mind the others, I can vouch for everyone else here." We told Bloot we were looking to make a trade if something caught our eye, and we were interested in information about recent events, particularly the arrest of 2 criminals. The barkeep put mead-filled mugs in front of us. "Not sure I have what you want, but I'll show you what I got." Flip this card. "As for the unfolding events," Boot paused, thoughtful, "I'd advise you to beware. The alderman has tightened his grip on the fort. It's a hard time even for us. Guards can show up any moment. Even though we've had an agreement in the past, they used to leave us to our devices so long as we volunteered information when needed. What do you know about the recent arrests?" "The wizard and his fugitive buddy, they were escorted by an officer by the name of Gideon." "Strange fellow, that one. I know nothing about the one who got away. Haven't seen him around." The barkeep gave us a sly smirk. "But the other should be locked up somewhere in the fort. They say he's a thief and a murderer, and he'll be hanged." "Do you think it's possible to spring him?" "If Gideon is involved, I'd say the poor bastard's fate is sealed. You can't just go and storm the fort, can you? Still, there's a tunnel leading to the dungeons from outside the fort. If I wanted to free a prisoner, I would probably use that to get in. I ain't telling you where to find it just yet, though," Boot grinned, "as all information has a price." We asked the barkeep to tell us more about Gideon. Okay, reveal card 44. One of Akamir's new henchmen, strange fellow, showed up at the fort 2 years ago, and just like that, he was part of the alderman's inner circle. Can't really tell you much about him. He doesn't stay in the fort for too long, 'cause he's mostly out there roaming the lands, supposedly doing the alderman's bidding. But once he'd gotten close with the alderman, Akamir kicked out several of his loyal officers, and a few more even got executed for treason. Whatever it was they did, we never found it. Makes me wonder. So you blame Gideon for the changes? I hear Gideon helped the alderman with some delicate problem, earned his trust that way. But there's no more than rumor. That's no more than rumor. When Gideon showed up, some changes were already underway. I don't think it's his fault. I'd say someone had already been plotting against Akamir by then. Most likely to replace him. The alderman caught wind of it and decided to clean house. That's what people were saying 2.5 years ago when Akamir hanged a dozen of his closest officers and soldiers. So we can browse the smuggler's inventory or pay him for information, which feels like he's going to give us the information into the dungeon, which we don't need. So I don't think we should pay him, but I think maybe we should browse his inventory in case we find something we need later, yeah? Anna has a very good theory, but Anna says maybe the key is to the outside door, and the one we have is the key to the dungeon cell. I do like that idea. Like, this is the key to the door into the secret passageway, and this might be a key to the cell. So we might need both of these. Alright, so let's browse his inventory, card 30. Hopefully it won't take time to do so. It does. Everything seems to take time. So there's a picture of the smuggler's hideout. It's got swords, potions, drinks. Unfortunately, time passes. Boot took us to a room where he kept his merchandise, including weapons, tools of trade, rare materials, and magical ingredients. We saw a few things we could use. You may use the available actions below to purchase items. We can buy a short sword for 1 combat. We can buy a short sword, which gives us a combat, costs us 3 coins, which we have. We can buy a healing potion, removes 2 wounds. We can buy a potion of night vision, lets you take 2 night actions in a single night. We can buy a potion of vigor, removes up to 2 fatigue. And yes, if you feel like selling any weapons, I can give you 3 coins for a decent sword or bow. We don't have it. If you have a feather or archer, you can sell it for 3 coins. Remove them from play. You can buy a short sword for 3 coins. You can buy a healing potion for 1, a potion of night vision for 1, and a potion of vigor for 1. So let's think about it for a second. The game is seeming like it's telling us, hey, you're going to need a big weapon for this mission. You can either have gotten one earlier, you could sell it if you want, or you can buy it here. All right, well, we don't have to do those now. We can wait, but I think it would probably be smart of us to save 3 coins, which is all we have, for a good weapon. I don't know why we don't have a good weapon of our own. All right, well, that's the smuggler's hideout. We can still pay him for information, but we don't think we need it. All right, so now Jonathan says we should get that night vision potion. Well, we should keep track of what day it is. It's day 2. We're only going to be able to do 1 night action if we don't buy it. We can buy it whenever we want. We don't have to come back here. It's day 2. Remember, the game presumably ends at night 3, so we have 2 night actions we'd kind of like to take. Summon the spirit of the hangman or help him from his wife. We can't do both if we don't buy the night vision. But if we buy the night vision, we won't have 3 coins to buy a sword with. Yeah, well, let's wait for now, but we will have to decide before nighttime because we're only going to have 1 more nighttime left, it seems. All right, well, there's the tournament, of course, but more importantly, we need to get into that fort. So let's go to try to attempt to open the door. Yeah, let's try to rescue our person. So we're going to attempt to open the door. Here we go. So it says, if you have a key, you can attempt to open the door. Flip this card, put your key card on top of it, then reveal the card. Okay, so look, pretty cool. So we're going to try to use the tricky key to get in. So the tricky key tells us 28. This one would tell us 19 if we tried to use the rusty door. But we're going to try to use the tricky key to get into the passageway. So 28. Let's see if it opens up. Oh, let's take a break. All right, so I'll see you in 8 minutes and we'll try to open this door. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're in day 2 of the third and final case in Mortum Medieval Detective. And we were about ready to try to open this dungeon passage door. We're talking in the chat about how this case is going, what we're expecting. I think the three of us agree it feels more like an adventure, not a mystery, but we're sort of engaged in this. All right, so here we go. We're going to use the tricky key. So it tells us we just go get out, reveal the card with the number. Okay, so we're going to go get out card 28 and see what happens. Okay, here's card 28. We inserted the key and turned it. The mechanism clicked quietly and the door opened. We couldn't see anything in the darkness of the passage, but we were... Oh, time passed. 2 p.m. Here's a drawing of it. I do really like these style of these drawings and how some of these cards have these full page drawings on the back. We couldn't see anything in the darkness of the passage, but we were confident the way would lead us to the dungeons. We made some torches and hid them by the entrance so they would be readily available later. We weren't sure it was time yet to descend into the passage. Once we embarked on our rescue mission, there would be no way back. Even if we managed to break Vickle out without raising any alarms, we would have to flee Fort Bearclaw, concluding our mission there. On the other hand, wasting time was also ill-advised, since the execution was scheduled for noon on the 5th, and the rescue could take anywhere from 1 to 3 hours. Place a raid token from the supply on the secret passage on the map. Warning, if you decide to rescue Vickle, you won't be able to return to the main storyline. Once you take the action below, all other locations and special actions will become unavailable to you. Descend into the passage and begin Vickle's rescue. All agents must be available. Yeah, I mean, I think it's clear we wouldn't do this now. But it says it could take from 1 to 3 hours. So basically, he's set for execution at noon. We're supposed to come down here at the beginning of tomorrow morning to rescue him. And you could ask yourself, what will we need to rescue him? It's not clear. It doesn't give us much hint. But buying a sword might not be a terrible idea. It's just not clear to me. Yeah, I think we should probably find the sword thrower guy and get him with us. So 9 at the latest. Okay, so there's our secret passage. When we're ready to rescue him tomorrow morning, we'll do it. Jonathan asked, what about our night things? The thing is, you're thinking we should do an extra night action. Whereas I'm thinking we should buy the sword to fight with. But let's talk about this for a second. My gut tells me that we stumbled on the ingredients to unlock the dungeon a little earlier than the game was convinced we would. So in other words, it feels to me, my gut tells me, that the game is allowing the group to get to where we were just in time. And that we happen to be there quite a bit early. And that some of these other things we can do are going to be other ways to point us towards getting the hangman's key and finding the dungeon's location. We just happen to, right at the right time, get both of those ingredients. So my guess is, if we talk to that hanged man spirit, that he's probably going to give us redundant information about the hangman having the key. Although Anna has got a point that he might tell us what to do in the dungeon or how to find our way to the right cell. So I think that's a good idea. Talking to the spirit of the hangman could very well give us some information about the dungeon if we need it. I'm not sure we do. The old man being hunted by his wife, let me suggest to you, thematically, we don't know if he deserves that. Maybe his wife is haunting him for good reason. Maybe he killed the wife. So I'm not sure it's worth us spending a coin to take a night action to free him from the wraith that he might be deserving to be haunted for them. So my inclination would be to not try to help the old man who's being haunted by his wraith wife. Now, in the chat, we're talking about something here now more interesting. Gideon rescued Cress and Vickle and then turned on them, but why? That is the question. It sounded like Gideon has got his own evil plan, maybe. Although they seemed good in the second case, but now they don't seem so good. So I think Gideon might be the necromancer that's doing bad things in this town. And don't forget them burying the corpses. It seems like they might be up to no good, although the smuggler was a little bit ambiguous about it. But I do think, Anna says, we need to find out why Vickle was arrested. I mean, yes, kind of, but when we rescue him, maybe he'll tell us. I think what we need to do is we need to make contact with our other agent who escaped, right? Can someone remind me what we can someone remind me about our guy escaping and then another criminal on the run? Let's see. He says, I'm reading now the card from the beginning after we come in. We moved on, leaving the checkpoint behind us. What was going on? Was Vickle the rogue wizard with the tattoo? We think yes. And was Cress the one who is still at large? Why would he have attacked an officer? And what about the necromancer Gideon? Where was he during all this? Since when was necromancy legal? So I think Cress is going to be our knife-throwing circus guy, and we need to find him to get him to help us to do the rescue. And it does sound like Anna thinks Gideon rescued Akamir from this pot. It's possible. It's hard to tell, but if Gideon arrested our guy, then Gideon could be the black magic necromancer who's actually corrupted this prince. I don't know. It's not clear to me. But I do think we need to find our guy. John says, can we peek at the tourney first just to see all our options? Yes, we're not ready. We're not going to go rescue him yet. We've got more stuff to do. But I think I want to pursue the circus stuff and find our guy. But we can do the tournament too. All right, so I think we're on the same page, but I really think we need to find our agent and make contact with him. But I think the night action we can talk about when it comes to night. Okay, so let's go to the tournament. So we found our secret passageway and we're ready to rescue him, but we're just gonna bide our time and see if we can make contact with our other agent and learn more before we go down into the dungeon. Okay, attend the tournament. So time passes, it's 3 p.m. Wow, it is approaching night. Well, wait a minute, before I do that, let me pause for a second. We've got a search and a surveil left before we sleep. Is there any... If we do them now, we will have a chance. If we do one of them now, we will have a chance to do another one at that same location. So is there one location we want to do 2 things at? We want to search and surveil? And if so, we should do it right away so that we still have time. But we can't, you can't do it at the tournament because we want to go there. For example, if we wanted to search or surveil the smuggler's hideout, I don't think we do. And we've already searched the circus, but we haven't surveilled it. So here's a question. Oh, but we might want to come back to the circus to talk to the barker. Do we want to talk to the barker first and then start surveilling the circus so it'll be ready? And then it'll be ready when we sleep. I guess we should go to the tournament and see if what other options we have. If we search the smugglers, could we steal from them, says Jonathan. It might get us barred. Or we could raid it. We do have a raid that we're not using yet. We could raid the smugglers' hideout and get their stuff. But if we do that and we fail, we won't be able to get it for free. We won't be able to buy it. It's an interesting idea, though. A very interesting idea. Let's go to the tournament first and see what our options are. Okay, here we go. So the tournament advances time. Did I advance time already for this? Does anyone remember? I know I flipped it as if we were going to do it. I don't want to cheat us out of a time. I kind of feel like I advanced already, so I'm going to move it. I'm not going to move it forward again. I'm going to do it as if I already did it. The entrance to the tournament grounds was well guarded. You can correct me in the channel if I didn't move it, whether it should be at 2 p.m. or 3 p.m. The entrance to the tournament grounds was well guarded, but the guardsmen made almost no effort to stop people from coming in. They only sent away some beggars who seemed to be well known in town. The fenced-off grounds were divided into several areas. To the left of the entrance was a shooting range where a few archers were practicing. We wished them luck as we passed. To the right were the stables and the starting line for the Riders' Challenge. In the middle, there was a large circular arena for the fighters. There were also areas for the blacksmiths' competition, an obstacle course for those willing to challenge their agility, and even a stage for those who'd come to show off their culinary skills. We were able to roam all areas of the tournament. Perhaps there was something to learn that would help us in our mission. Then we can take a look around the tournament grounds. I guess we should take a look around. We're quickly approaching the time when we're just going to have to do these when we sleep. I guess that's what we're thinking about. And then in the morning we'll have to make our last chance. I'm just trying to think how we're going to find Vickle, make friends with him, and then take him into the dungeon with us to help us fight our rescue. We need to be able to interact with him. So I guess I want to do the last talk at the circus and then surveil it, maybe. Let's take a look around the tournament grounds. It looks like the tournament will eat up time. It is going to eat up time, but I don't know what else to do. I think we got to go into it. 39. Another time clicks by. There was a separate area for important guests, which was closed to the general public. As we approached it, the guards blocked our way and told us to leave. Suddenly, there was a series of angry shouts from a tent behind them, followed by a loud crash. A huge Van R with an empty bottle in his hand rolled out of the tent and lay on the ground. "Asshole," he roared in a deep voice, then burped and threw the bottle back in the tent. He tried to stand up, but would have failed if the guards hadn't rushed to his aid. The guards asked what tent he would like to be accompanied to. "Screw your tents," the giant roared. "Bunch of snobby upstarts. I'm Demian Ficus, and you're all blasted wimps. Get me to the inn." The guards led the Van R outside the fenced area. There he pushed them back, proclaiming he didn't need an escort to get anywhere. Still, it seemed that he couldn't walk unassisted. Not far beyond the fence, he sat down on a rock and started humming a lewd drinking song. Reveal card 12 from the surveillance deck and replace 35B with it. Bribe the guards to gain entry into the important guests area. Action becomes unavailable if not used right away. Talk to Van R. Talk to the Van R. Alright, so let's do this. Reveal card 12 from the surveillance deck. Oh, it's a replacement map piece that came out of surveillance. And it's the nobles area. The deck of cards we haven't seen yet is huge. This game is not going to end at this third day. I think there's got to be a whole other part of this case that's going to get unveiled after we rescue our guy. So this is what came out. We've got the nobles area now. And we've got an action we can take right now, which is talk to the Van R. Now he's saying, I'm Demian Ficus. Well, we remember that stuff with Demian Ficus happened at the inn, where the guy was having a dream. What was his dream? In his dream, he said Demian Ficus. But it didn't seem that relevant to us. We thought the guy dreaming was... Oh yeah, here, look. He had a dream. The Van R. I feel like this is the same Van R we saw before. The Van R was talking to someone in his dream. I'm Demian Ficus. Yes, Corbin? I used to know him. Alright. His cook used to make awesome hooch. Rauman was his name. His brother, Corbin and Dallas. No, he was fine when I last saw him. So who's this Corbin person? What was the name of the, I guess Dallas was the guy who ran the inn. Why do we care about this Corbin guy? We've got some tough decisions to make now. Let's see what the chat says. Dream was about the cook and the innkeeper's friend Corbin, but we cannot go to the inn now. That's right, we can't go to the inn. But we could go talk to the Van R, which we have to do right now if we want to. It doesn't cost us any resources, but we have to do it now. But he might just say the same thing he said when we listened to him drunk at the inn, asleep. Now we could gain entry into the important guests area where we might find Gideon for all we know. However, it would cost us one of our 3 coins. The coin is the way... With 3 coins we can buy a sword. Do we need a sword? It seems like we do, but on the other hand, that seems like a waste of money. But if we spend our coin on this, then we don't have 3 coins to buy a sword, in which case we could buy... If we're not going to spend 3 coins on the sword, then we can spend 1 coin to bribe this guy, and we could spend 1 coin to buy night vision, so we could do both of the night actions. But we're running out of time also. And then we have to surveil and search. I think time is of the utmost importance for us, so I don't think we should talk to this Van R. So that's the first decision. That means we could go into the important area by paying a coin or not, but we can do that later. So we don't have to do that right now. So we could surveil the circus and search the nobles area. I'm okay with that. My question is, okay, I think we should talk to the circus barker to see if he'll give us information about Cress, the knife thrower. Then we'll surveil it if we have to. I mean, we'll probably surveil it anyway. Unless you think it's going to be useless to talk to him about the circus performers. The only, it's not super appealing to talk to him. Here's the card. So we've already talked to the actors where we found out about Cirque. But if Cirque is our guy, it seems like that's my secondary most important thing. And this is the best way to get to him. So I think we've got to spend the time doing that. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to go to 20, talk to the Barker, the father figure. Let's see if he gives us, it looks useless, but let's see what happens. So a time passes. It's now 4 p.m. We greeted the gaudily dressed Barker and asked him how long he'd been working for the circus. "Good day, my friends," the man answered with a smile. "In fact, I don't just work here. I manage the motley crew. that brings light and joy to the people of these lands. Oh, but let me introduce myself. I am Victor. You seem to be doing well for yourselves. Praise Kumaris. We're not living hand to mouth, but the life of a traveling performer isn't one of riches. This isn't what we want from life anyway. Can you tell us where you find the performers for your circus? Oh, of course I can, dear friends. We're a traveling circus, and so we travel these lands. And ones beyond them, people with talents find us themselves. I don't ask about their past as long as they accept our rules. We don't steal from one another, and we don't fight, and we all work towards a common goal. Has anyone new found you recently? As I said, Victor gave us a suspicious look. I don't ask my comrades about their past, which means I also don't talk about it with strangers. If you don't mind, I have people to invite, which reminds me, come see our spectacular performance. Okay, so that was useless. And here's a picture of the event, but that was totally a wasted time. Okay, well, it had to be done. All right, it's 4 p.m. So here's what we're going to do. We've got a surveillance. We've got a search. I think we put I know this is still the same idea, but I think we put a surveillance on the circus before we go to sleep and see if we can catch Cress. And I'm fine with searching the nobles area. Now, that still leaves us some options. And we can still go to bed in time to wake up and raid the place. Okay, so here are some of our options. If we want to do that, if we want to surveil the circus, trying to catch our knife thrower, who we think is Cress, and if we want to search the nobles area because we have no other better place to search, that's fine. Now we've got some options though. We can bribe the guard to get into the guests area where we don't know who we'll find. Maybe Gideon, maybe no one. We could go to the smuggler's hideout, spend our 2 remaining silver and get a night vision so we can do both night vision actions and bribe our way into the guest area. Or we could save all our coins and buy a sword. Or we could spend 1 coin to go into the guests, 1 coin for night vision, and 1 coin for vigor, which gives us recovers 2 fatigue, which would give us more time. And then we could also even raid the smuggler's hangout. Or we could raid the circus, Jonathan points out, and tackle Cirque. Anna says, Gideon is a mage, so I don't know how useful a sword is against him, but maybe we only need to deal with the guards in the dungeon. This is fun. This is a little bit fun because I don't think we've got deductive decision to make here, but we've got some fun adventure-y decisions to make. Here's what I think from a fun adventure-y standpoint. I think we should go into we should spend our coins, buy night vision, vigor, and pay our way to bribe the guards to get into the noble place. And then we should raid the smuggler's hideout and try to get that sword. Or raid the circus the next day. So I think we should spend all our coins not on that sword. Then we can do both of the night actions for fun. We can recover some fatigue with the potion of healing. and then we'll go down there without a sword. I mean, fighting was not really our thing anyway. And I don't like the idea of having to buy a sword. And it says, don't use force against the circus people. Anna is very protective against using force against people. All right, so we're going to spend all our money. So we're going to bribe the guards to gain entry to the guest area. Okay, we're going to spend all our money. So there's a coin gone. And we're going into 46. Time passes and it says... We passed the guards and soon reached a group of gaudy-looking tents. As we examined the area, a middle-aged man stepped out of one of the tents. It was the same tent the Van R had rolled out of. The man halted for a brief moment, taking in his surroundings, then went on his way, past the guard post and out of sight. "That man is a wizard," whispered our magician. I could feel necromantic energies around him. Highly doubtful that they have two necromancers here, so it was Gideon? A surprising coincidence. Has he detected you as well? We asked him, somewhat alarmed. Quite likely, he answered. We could need to make a decision. On one hand, there was a clear threat. On the other, we had a chance to examine the necromancer's possessions while he was elsewhere. Was it safe? Was there anyone else in the tent? Alternatively, we could avoid the risk altogether and instead approach one of the nobles for a conversation. Perhaps there was some precious information we could learn. Sneak into Gideon's tent. Strike up a conversation with a noble. Wow, the risks are high here. Okay, so let me just point something out. Here's our mentalist. Everywhere we go, he's like, guys, please listen to me. Don't do this thing you're about to do. And we're like, you do it. And then bad things happen. And here he is. We say, has he detected you as well? Quite likely. He's like, yeah, he's a necromancer. He's very skilled. He knows what we're up against. Please don't do this. Please don't do what you're trying to do. We would need to make a decision. On one hand, there was a clear threat. On the other, we had a chance to examine the necromancer's possessions while he was elsewhere. Was it safe? Was there anyone else in the tent? Alternatively, we could avoid the risk altogether and approach one of the nobles for a conversation. So, Anna says talk to the nobleman. The only thing I'll point out is it's getting very late. We are going to buy some fatigue, but we need to have enough time to rescue this guy. I guess we could take 3 fatigue and still be up early enough to rescue him. All right, let's strike up a conversation with the noble before we sneak into Gideon's tent. But we do want to sneak into Gideon's tent, right? All right, 48. Which tent should we peek into? We tried, time passes, it's 5 p.m. We tried to focus on tents that didn't seem too noisy, in the hope that whoever was inside wasn't too busy. The first tent was empty, but the second one was home to a plump and lavishly dressed man. We exchanged greetings and asked if he was disposed to talk to us. The man invited us in. He seemed quite friendly. We had to deceive him, so we told him we were envoys of the alderman charged with collecting feedback from the nobles about the tournament. He introduced himself as Turan, and we asked him to share his thoughts about the fort, the event, and the people he'd met there. He told us he'd grown to like the way the event was managed more and more over the years, especially recently. He liked that there were more guards to keep the peace, and that the alderman and his men had shifted their focus from the tournament winners to the noble guests in attendance. Even though Akamir doesn't meet with any guests himself, his attendants do get in touch with the nobles and other people of power, building relationships with us, he said, a boastful smile touching his lips. We asked Turan about his contacts among Akamir's henchmen. He told us his main business was with Drogar, but sometimes he had to work through his assistants, Gideon, Kalis, Roachmond, or Seapor. Aha, so there's the 4 underlings, and Drogar is the boss. We haven't encountered him yet. Put this card. Would it be too impertinent to ask what kind of business you had with our masters? This is just for statistical purposes, we said, trying to avoid raising Turan's suspicions. Well, not at all. I've been helping your masters gather information about various unusual incidents. My people have investigated a mishmash of weird stories and rumors for them, both here at the tournament and at nearby estates. Drogar's assistants always pay us in full or provide services in kind. This is something I'd prefer to keep between us, you understand? Well, could you give us an example of the weirdness you reported to Drogar? Let me see, the man mused. A few months ago, my people were tasked to collect rumors about an unbelievably prosperous village. We heard it was flourishing, and feasts were held there constantly. But no one in these parts had ever heard of such a place. The man suddenly got up, took a deep breath, and said, "Look, I'm sorry, but I have to get back to my business now." We exchanged polite goodbyes and left Turan's tent. It turned out that instead of searching for new talent at the tournament, Akmar's real goal was to establish connections with the nobles so he could gather information from across the country. This couldn't mean anything good. We left the nobles area. So these necromancers, Gideon, Kalis, they're spreading out over the land and trying to search out magical stuff. Now, we can sneak into Gideon's tent, even though it's high risk. And we don't have any way to avoid his gaze. We're going to be going to sleep soon. I'm catching some fatigue. So I think we should raid the smuggler's hideout. The only question is, should we go there and spend our money first? It doesn't take time, so I think we should do that. I think we should spend all our money at the smuggler's hideout. So we have 2 coins. I suggest we buy night vision, which will let us do both of our night actions, which will get us 2 fatigue, and then a potion of vigor, which will remove those 2 fatigue. So that's my proposal, and then we raid it. But I do think it's likely that we're going to be running very close to time. Here's the thing, if we raid it, what do we hope to get? Like, we're hoping to get that sword. If we get money, it's going to be useless to us, because it'll be the next day. Alright, well, we're in agree with the purchases, everyone, so we're going to spend these 2 coins. We're not buying a sword, but we are buying night vision and potion of vigor. So the night vision allows us to take 2 night actions. The potion of vigor allows us to remove 2 fatigue. Now, let me remind you that both of these night actions cost fatigue. But we are going to get our tokens back that we don't need because we're going to free him from the dungeon. So we will actually have 3 tokens to pay to decrease fatigue. Okay, I'm okay with this. Now, Anna says leave Gideon alone. I'm not sure I agree with that yet. So we've bought the Smuggler's Hideout. Shall we now try to raid the Smuggler's Hideout? I think we should. Oh, shall we raid Gideon's tent? Can that not end badly? I don't think there's any way that ends well for us. I don't think we want to go head to head with force against Gideon. However, I am okay with doing it as a search action, and then if we don't, that's right. That's what I'm thinking. What Anna said. Like, use our search, but slightly different. Use our search token on the noble area tonight. And then in the morning, do this action. Do the sneak into the tent action. So that gives us 2 shots at searching for Gideon. And raiding that is not going to be useful, and we shouldn't raid the circus because he's supposed to be our guy. So let's try raiding the Smuggler's Hideout for fun. And then we'll put our events. I mean, let's do our events now. We're going to surveil the circus. Right? We're surveilling the circus, and we're going to search the nobles area at night. All right? And now we're going to raid the Smuggler's Hideout for fun. Is everyone signed off on this idea? Is everyone signed off on the idea of raiding the Smuggler's Hideout? I think we have to. Let me tell you the only thing I'm slightly worried about. The only thing I'm slightly worried about is that there's going to be another evening that we're going to want this on. John says we might have to combat when we raid the smugglers. That will use up our combat, huh? I gotta do it. I gotta do it. I don't know if this is the wise thing to do at all, but we gotta do it. All right, here we go. Wait, we can't do it in that order. Because we can't have these guys exhausted searching while we raid. Ugh, this concerns me. Have we ever raided before? Alright, I'm doing it. I'm raiding. Raiding the Smuggler's Hideout. Smuggler's Hideout is 9. Okay. You spent a while pondering. Time passes. You spend a while pondering whether or not we should ambush the smugglers and decided it was worth a shot. We devised a plan and headed for the front door, but before we could knock, we heard a voice behind us. My friends, our kind doesn't approve of rash actions. A burly young thug with a crossbow was standing right behind us. He smiled and gestured to someone else. It shouldn't have surprised us that the smugglers always had a few men watching their hideout. When they realized what we were up to, they quickly gathered a few armed men and surrounded us. Gulp. We have a deep respect for strong-arm tactics, and we think you are quite brave for trying to barge in, but we'd rather not have to tell our leader, Boot, about this. We'll give you a chance to rethink your actions and make things right. The thug winked at us. I should probably teach you a lesson, but I don't feel like ruining your day or mine. It's such a nice day, don't you think? Having said their piece, the thugs escorted us away from the hideout. Your action failed. Return the raid token to your pool. So that was nerve-wracking. It ate up a time, but it didn't even lose us the... It didn't even lose us the raid token. Alright, so now we go back to our plan. Surveil the circus. Search the nobles area. I guess we should probably go to sleep now, right? It was a cool scene. It was scary. My stomach, there's a pit in my stomach that was a little scary. All right. Are we ready to end the day? There's no reason. Well, we shouldn't say that. We don't know what events will happen at night, but there doesn't seem to be much of a reason not to go to sleep now, right? Okay. So let's go to sleep. Yeah, the more time we have tomorrow after we find the event, the better, and we're going to catch some fatigue now because we're doing these night actions. All right, so we're going to go to sleep at the camp, though, right? Which is going to have us waking up a little late. So we're going to choose to go to sleep at the camp. Sleep in the camp, which is 26. That's what the camp looks like. Pretty cool. All right, but before we do that, our things trigger. So we've got Surveil at the circus, Surveil 3, and Search 8. So Surveil 3 and Search 8. So we searched the noble and we surveilled the circus. Okay, so let's see what happens when we surveil the circus. We're hoping to catch a glimpse of our guy. I made a slow circuit of the circus, watching the visitors and the performers who were busy doing their jobs. 3 thuggish-looking men caught my eye. They approached the circus announcer and said something to him. At first, I thought they were making threats, but then all 4 of them burst out laughing, and their conversation continued on a friendly note. I kept my ears open, but could make out only bits and pieces. It seemed the announcer was asking the thugs about the situation in the fort and inquiring after somebody's fate. The thugs were interested in some kind of goods and information from the lands beyond Fort Bearclaw. When they stopped talking and exchanged goodbyes, I decided to follow the thugs. They headed into the settlement near the fort and knocked on the door of an ordinary-looking house. They uttered a phrase that didn't make any sense and were immediately allowed in. Flip card 36, so that 36B is... Oh, they went to the smuggler's hideout. We already had this flipped. So this surveillance of the circus was useless to us. Totally useless. In fact, I'm just going to get rid of this because we already have a way to get to the smuggler's hangout. All right, let's see what searching the noble area did. Sneaking into the fenced-off and well-guarded area without being noticed wasn't an easy job. It took me more than an hour just to find a way in, but at last I got lucky and found myself in the nobles area. Some of the tents were guarded, some were occupied. I found only one tent that seemed empty and was out of the guard's sight. I went in and took a quick look around. Tapestries with the crest of the Ersk princedom. Crossed blacksmith hammers hung on the walls. Inside a storage chest, I found some clothing and expensive-looking household items. On a small camp table near the chest, there were several cloth bundles that had been tied up with string and stamped with wax seals. I could not tell what was in them. One of them had a scroll with an inscription on top, delivered to Rochmond or Gideon. I also found several scrolls with broken seals and examined them. They were maps of territories I wasn't familiar with. I could only speculate that they depicted a region of the Ersk princedom. The maps were covered with marks and notes saying things like, no information, definitely not, just rumors. Sadly, I don't have enough time to make copies of the maps, and stealing them didn't seem like a good idea. So he just found, that was again useless, just found information that the nobles are bringing to Gideon and those necromancers. Useless. All right, well, it's time to go to sleep now. We chose a spot at the edge of the camp where there were fewer people. The tents had already been set up there for guests, so we occupied one. We were busy making supper when the guards showed up. They were walking through the camp and checking guests' names against their records. Soon they approached us and asked us to state our names. After we complied, they looked through their papers, wished us good night, and moved on. All right, so we replenish our surveillance and search tokens. We've got 2 of those. Count up your fatigue. All right, so we've got no fatigue. We'll go to 7 a.m. Right? You sleep at the inn, you go wake up at 6. Otherwise, you wake up at 7. Oh, look at this. No option for a night action? Yes, you may gain 1 fatigue to take 1 night action on any card in play. If you do resolve that action, then do the rest. Okay, so we're going to use our potion. So we've got 3 tokens. We're going to use our potion to do 2 night actions, right? We've got the night vision token. All right. Let's do the Hanged Man first. We're going to spend 1 of our mental strength tokens to do this night action. Summon the spirit of the Hanged Man. So my guess is there's 2 options here. He's either going to tell us some useful information about the dungeon, or he's going to tell us about the Hanged Man and the key to the dungeon, which is what I'm guessing. But let's see. It would be nice if he told us about the dungeon. So he gives us a fatigue, which I'm going to put right there for doing this. Even though we have our night potion, we still catch a fatigue. Okay, 43. Oh, look, there's potion of... Where's our... Looks like we could have taken... There's our potion of vigor. And then here's our night vision. So it looks like there were cards for these. So let's take a look at these. Night vision potion. When taking a night action, flip this card to take 2 night actions instead of 1. Each still gives you +1 fatigue. So that's what we're doing now. We're drinking this. Gulp, 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 gulp. And here's our potion of vigor, which we're going to do right now to ignore the 2 fatigue. So let's just ignore the 2 fatigue that we're going to take for this thing. So we drink these both at the same time. Hopefully they don't have any side effects that interact. Gulp, 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 gulp. Now we can do 2 night actions without taking any fatigues. Okay, so the Hanged Man was 43. The square looked different at night. It was empty and quiet. We didn't want to accidentally run into a patrol, so we took our time and examined the surroundings. 2 of us took up watch positions nearby. leaving only one of us to help the magician. The magician sat down with his back towards the gallows. He cautiously glanced around, then closed his eyes and entered a trance. After a few minutes, he opened them again, looking exhausted and a little confused. Why am I here? Despite how tired the voice sounded, there was an edge of steel underneath. We cut straight to the point. You were killed. We need to know why. Oh, yes, the magician said, bowing his head. I remember. They branded me a traitor. They told the alderman I planned to get rid of him. They had some proof, some writing. And that wasn't your plan? There never was any plan to kill Akimir. It was all part of the scheme I discovered. What do you mean? What did you discover? This is looking good. 2.5 years ago, the spirit replied, Dragar concocted some evidence that there were traitors in Akimir's inner circle, enough to convince the alderman to execute them. But Dragar was the snake. And this Dragar, was he acting alone? Back then, alone, I would think. And now, are there co-conspirators? Gideon, Roachmond, Seapor, Kalis may be with them as well. We realized we'd almost forgotten the question we had brought him back to answer. As an officer, you know where the prisoners are kept, correct? In the dungeons. There is an interrogation room on the main level, too. Albert, our hangman, he pointed at one of the houses by the square. Usually takes prisoners from there to be executed. We still had questions to ask, but the exhausted magician fell to the ground. I can't keep it up, he whispered. Flip card 37, so 37B is revealed. Well, we already have that revealed here. It's where the hangman's house. And we could now visit his house. Okay, so before we put that aside, let's look at this again. So that actually was useful. This confirms our theory about Dragar running this conspiracy to make the aldermen suspect people, and Gideon's and Roachmond and Seymour are the henchmen. But then this is what we were hoping for, is that he would tell us something about the layout of the dungeon. So let's see what he says. Where are the prisoners kept? In the dungeons, there's an interrogation room on the main level, too. Albert, our hangman, he points at one of the houses, usually takes prisoners from there to be executed. So that's where he's going to be, in the interrogation room on the main level. So it was a great decision to go here. My fears that it would be redundant were wrong. I think, remember it said, are you sure you want to go in the dungeon? It could take from 1 to 3 hours to solve it. I think we now have found the 1 hour path. So I think we might be able to go down there a little later than we would otherwise go down there, because I think now we know exactly where to go. Okay, the next night action we wanted to do was to help this man, Tryphon. You're sure you want to help this guy get rid of his wife, who may be haunting him because he killed her? I mean, look how the accursed hag. But he is going to reward us, maybe with some money. All right, let's do it. We'll talk to the ghost. If the ghost gives us a good reason why she's haunting him, we won't send her away. All right? We're going to talk to her. So 42. We're just going to talk to her, see what she wants. Maybe she'll befriend us. We'll make friends with her. Or maybe if she's a horrible person, we'll get rid of her. Tryphon's story piqued our interest. So we decided to pay a visit to the old man after nightfall. We passed through the dark, empty streets, approached the house, and knocked. The old man opened the door and invited us in, a toothless grin on his face. The house looked as if it had been robbed. The shelves and counters were empty of anything small enough to carry. Tryphon, how do you even live here? No food, no kitchenware? Oh, it's all here. I just have to hide it, Tryphon said, kicking a heap of bulky sacks stuffed under the bed, so the old hag won't throw it at me. Do you feel anything? We asked our magician. He shrugged. Nothing yet. Oh, believe me, there's a dark power here, croaked the old man as he sat down on the bed. If the old man is right, and there's a restless spirit here, it's the perfect time to try and contact it. The magician took position in the center of the room, awaiting our decision. So we can spend a mental energy to conduct a psychic ritual, or just wait, which will probably do the same thing. But we have this, and we don't know anything else to use it on. But Jonathan says, we got to save that for later. Well, I mean, we do have time. Anna asks, do we get back the mental energy? Nope. No, we do not. Do we? I don't believe so. Nope. So the question is whether you think we're going to need it for the final battle. Jonathan says we might need it in the dungeon. All right, so shall we just wait? Do we have time? We do have time, I think, because I think, are we in agreement that we can spend these tokens, these 3 tokens here that we got when we slept, we can spend these to get rid of night fatigue, right? Actually, wait a minute, we're not in night fatigue stage. Set the current time to 7 a.m. For each fatigue point. Oh, we messed up then. So we messed up. We were going to spend these tokens to get rid of fatigue so that we could work later in the day. But we ended the day, we don't have fatigue now. We've already set the time to 7 a.m. So we really should have done stuff later in the night. And taken fatigue at night. That seems like a mistake. Well, we couldn't have done this at night, but I always wanted to search Gideon's tent. So I think we might have to backdate that. All right, let's make this decision now. It couldn't be 7 a.m. We're doing night actions, but it does say, if you read these rules, it says set the current time to 7 a.m. and then you can gain a fatigue to take one night action in anything. If you do, then follow the rest of the steps. But you're right, thematically. Well, let's save our energy and just wait. Let's see what happens. At the end of an uneventful hour, the shutters suddenly crashed open. What did I tell you? The old man cried, jumping to his feet. His heavy wooden bed flew to the ceiling, and the items stashed under it started crashing around the room, hitting everyone. The magician started waving his hands intensely. His spell managed to turn the invisible guest into a dense ball of opaque substance with pale strings protruding from it. We drew our swords and began slashing the strings and the intruding entity itself. Soon the manifestation disappeared, leaving the house in absolute silence. Whatever that apparition was, it won't harm you again, said the magician, gingerly rubbing his bruises. How can I repay you? the old man asked. Is there anything you need? We need to find a certain person inside the fort. Can't help with that. Only the soldiers are allowed inside, he said, scratching his head. And the hangman, of course, but he won't help you. There's a reason people steer clear of him and his house by the square. Take a wound. Flip 37 to show the hangman's house. These are different ways to find that. So we got a wound and nothing else happened to us. Nothing good. That was pure bad. But time didn't tick by. However, well, this is not supposed to move time. It's unfortunate that we didn't work later into the night because we could discard 3 things worth of time, worth of tokens. To get rid of fatigue. So we really had 3 extra actions we could do before it would be 7 a.m. But since we didn't do them, we can't. So I don't. Now that I think of it, I might be more willing to backtrack and let us do those actions. But really, there's only one action we want to do, right before we go into the dungeon. Anna says, let's cheat if you think there's 3 things worth doing. I'm not sure there is 3 things worth doing, but I do think we should maybe go into Gideon's tent. Sneak into Gideon's tent. That's this one. This is the one where he knows we're coming. He can sense us. But how could we resist going into his tent? What's the worst thing that's going to happen? He's going to give us some wounds or something. We have time. We have nothing else to do. I mean, we could visit the hangman's house. But we don't think there's anything useful in the hangman's house. We'll just alert him. Anna says, Jonathan says, something bad's going to happen if we go into there even when the mentalist tells us not to. All right, I'll tell you what we'll do. It's time for us to take another break. We'll take an 8-minute break. Everyone will think about whether we want to go into Gideon's tent and take a chance to look at his items at risk to ourselves. And I'll see you in 8 minutes and we'll make our decision. And then it's time to go into the dungeon. We're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. It's the morning of the third day. They're going to hang our person. Did we do the steps properly? If it's the first rest action scenario, card 13. We already revealed that, right? It's not... Yeah, it's not our first rest action. Card 13. What did card 13 tell us again? I'm trying to remember. Oh, the tournament happened. Okay. So we're done resting. Unfortunately, and I'm willing to sort of fudge the rules a little bit if need be. We forgot that the whole point of our whole plan for today was to spend these actions we don't need to eat up some fatigue, but because we ended the day so early, we didn't have fatigue to eat up. So if there's stuff we want to do rather than passing time, we might just pretend we did it last night. But the real decision we have to make before we go into the dungeon now is whether we should do this action of going into Gideon's tent. Before we do that, let's just recap our situation with time to make sure we know what we're doing here. We're told that the execution is happening at noon. It's the beginning of the scenario, and that we have to rescue our person. Find Chris and Vico and assist them if need be. Investigate Gideon and his motives. That's part of our mission. Investigate Gideon and his motives. Which we think we have a pretty good understanding of. Now, when we tried to go into the dungeon originally, here's what it said to us. If you decide to rescue Vico, you won't be able to return to the main storyline. Once you take the action, well, all locations and special actions will become unavailable to you. Descend into the passage and begin Vico's rescue. All agents must be available. And above here it says, the execution is scheduled for noon. Rescue could take anywhere from 1 to 3 hours. So presumably, if we go and start it at 9, that would be safe. 9, 10, 11. 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11, 12, right. So those, if we started at 9, we could do it even if it takes a long time. I'm fairly confident that the information we got from the hangman telling us the location of the interrogation room is going to cut that down to 1 or 2 hours. So I'm fairly confident that we could go down there at 10 a.m. and be safe. That gives us 3 hours before we have to jump down in there. What's left for us to even do out here? One is to go into Gideon's tent. Another one might be to visit the hangman's house. Now we've got the key from him, so it seems like there's nothing else for us to do there. Is there anything else for us to do? We have no money, so going to the smuggler's tent doesn't help us. We could do a search of an area and a surveillance of an area if we think that's useful to do before we go down into the dungeon at 10 a.m. Do we think we want to search the tournament? It would be great to have an extra weapon. I just don't know. We could search the smuggler's hideout and try to steal a weapon from there. And it says we have to start at 8 a.m. to have 3 ticks before noon. If we start at 8, 1, 2, 3 would be 11 a.m. So I think if we could start at 9, even if it took 3 hours. All right, part of our assigned goal, we cannot search. We need all our people to start the dungeon mission. Okay, good point. All right, so we can't be doing any of our searching. We might use these to cheat, but looking back that our mission is to investigate Gideon and his motives, that seals the deal for me. We're going to have to sneak into Gideon's tent right now. Before we do, let's give the mentalist one last chance to tell us not to. The man is a wizard, whispered our magician. I could feel necromantic energies around him. Highly doubtful they have two necromancers here, so it was Gideon. A surprising coincidence. Has he detected you as well? We asked him. Quite likely, he answered. We need to make a decision. On one hand, there was a clear threat. On the other, we had chance to examine the necromancer's possessions while he was elsewhere. Was it safe? Was there anyone else in the tent? All right, well, the necromancer does have one of his things. And we do have combat. So we're going in. The mentalist is like, really? Guys, every time I tell you not to do it, you do it. Why am I here if you're not going to listen to me? And the rest of us said, well, it's our job to find out about Gideon. We're going to have to do it. Here we go. If you do not have the keyword Kalis, ignore the following text, remove this card from play, and bring out 49. So if we had found out who Kalis was, oh my God, Kalis is in the tent. Kalis is in the tent, but we don't know who he is. So we've got to reveal, we're going to throw out this card. I didn't even read it. We might want to read it before, when we finish the game, and instead bring out 49. I wonder if we shouldn't have found that. It was very weird that we didn't find that Kalis card. Do you think we missed it? Like, it feels like we should have gotten it when we ran into that guy. It was very weird that we didn't know his name. Do you think it's possible that we were supposed to get that Kalis card and we didn't? Let's look at what this card is. We approached Gideon's tent and were about to look inside when we heard two male voices coming from the tent. Once the tournament is over, I will need to go on a search expedition immediately. I've stayed here for far too long. I'm tired of sticking around here too, says the other person. Why would you complain? At least you and Gideon got to go to Rotwood. As for me and Richmond, we haven't been anywhere in months. We only get local assignments, like do this, that, and the third. Do you think it's fun? This is a yawn fest, all right. Exactly. He had me move the wizard from the dungeon to the main level. What are the guards for, then? I didn't sign up for this boring stuff. Hey, are you even listening to me? Seapor, seriously, your endless blabbering is giving me a headache. Why don't you ever stop talking? You just have to wait a bit. The tournament will be over in only a couple of days. You're so boring. How did you ever become a... Seymour, shut up, will you? Okay, I'll be on my way then. We made sure to slink away before anyone came out of the tent. And then if we want, we can strike up a conversation with the noble, which we already did. So look, nothing bad happened to us. And there's the picture of us in the tent. So, all of the necromancers are hanging out in this tent. At least you and Gideon got to go to Rotwood. So they're all working, doing tasks for Dargon, that guy. And we did get a little clue here about they moved him up to the main level, which we already knew, but if we didn't know, it does feel like we should have had the Kalis thing, doesn't it? It really feels like it was weird that we didn't have that Kalis keyword. We might have to check and see if we missed something, but would all three of us miss it? All right, anyway, nothing bad happened to us for going into Gideon's tent. Now, don't you feel good that you were brave and you did it? This is like going on the roller coaster or jumping out of the parachute of the hang glide, or the plane with the parachute. You feel better now that we did it and you didn't get hurt and you weren't too scared to do it. All right. You see, you were wrong. This guy's too cautious. That's what it is. He's too scared and too cautious. Anna says, no, we didn't know he was Kalis because we didn't have the feather. Okay. All right, so the mentalist was too cautious, overly cautious. That's what he gets paid for. Nothing bad happened. It's time to go down into the dungeon without further delay, although we actually have more time. Anything you want to do before we go down there? Is there any way to get a coin or something? Get some swords? We can't search. The only thing we could do is go to the hangman's house. Let's visit the hangman's house, just in case we're missing something. Time passes, it's now 8 a.m. The hangman's house was rather unremarkable, barely distinguishable from the buildings around it. We knocked the door open, revealing a large gray-haired man with a nondescript look in his eye. Wrong house. The man's voice matched his look. If you're not the one who carries out the alderman's sentences, then yes, wrong house. I see. You're not from here. If you were, you wouldn't be talking to me. What do you want? We told him we had never before encountered someone of his profession, and we wanted to learn more about it. We asked about the executions he'd carried out and whether he knew or spoke to any of the convicted. The hangman explained that he had no special feelings about his job. It was a job that needed doing, and he did it. I try not to delve too deep into those cases. Messes with my work. And as for prisoners, I can't talk to them. The rules say no. The rules say so. The man spent a few moments in thoughtful silence, then began to close the door. You should go now. So we could try to get more information, which would cause more time. We don't really want to do that. I really wish we had gotten another weapon. All right, so we're not going to flip this over by talking to him more. It's time to go into the dungeon. Here we go, guys. We're going in. So we're traveling to the secret passage. Right here, let's bring it up close. We're traveling to the secret passage. We used our key to get in. Descend into the passage and begin Vykul's rescue. All agents must be available. Here we go. Card 14. This something feels like we're missing. We're missing our friend Cress, or whoever the one is. Maybe he's down there too. We prepared ourselves, lit our torches, and stepped into the darkness of the tunnels. There's the picture. After several turns, we approached an unlocked door to a circular basement below one of the towers. It was lit from above by a single narrow window. We extinguished our torches and hid them near the tunnel exit. There was another door leading to the inner areas of the main level of the fort, as well as two staircases, one leading higher into the tower, the other deeper into the dungeons. Remove all locations and map cards from play except this one. From now on, you may not use special actions or any card actions that take place outside the fort. When the current time reaches 12 p.m. on the third day, reveal card 61. All right. Let's take all this stuff away. This is a little nerve-wracking. But we did find out what level we think he's on, so that's a good sign. Okay, the map gets disappeared. So all we have is this card here. Okay. Descend into the dungeon, enter the door on the main level, or ascend to the upper levels. All right, so we're in agreement, are we not, that he's on the main level, right? That's what we think, main level with the in the interrogation room, right? Just don't want to make a mistake here. So everyone, I want to make sure everyone agrees with me. Okay. Enter the door on the main level, 17. This is why 3 hours, 1 to 3 hours. If you went first here, then here, then here, that's 3 hours, but we're getting off right at the right 4. Okay, so time did not tick by when we did that, but this stays out. The fort, main level. The door on the main level was locked, but the lock proved no match for our lock-picking skills. Beyond the door, we found many more corridors and rooms. If Vico was held somewhere here, we'd need to either take the time to search the rooms one by one, or perform a magical ritual to try and locate him. If he wasn't there, either option could be a waste of time and effort. The fort was close to deserted, as most of the garrison were busy guarding the tournament, so the risk of running into soldiers were low. So we can begin searching the main floor or spend a mental health to conduct a guidance ritual. It does seem logical that rather than waste time, we should do a guidance ritual, but then we won't have this token to use for any fighting spells. I almost feel like we've got time to search. Anna is thinking like me. We have time, so spare the mental energy. Yes, I think that's the right thing to do. So we're going to search. I hope I don't come to regret this. Also, Gideon can sense our mental energy. Okay. This is a little scary, but okay. Time passes. It's 9 a.m. Whoa, look what we found. So time passes. We sneaked along the corridors, listening carefully and peeking behind every door. We almost got caught when we stumbled into a room where a few clerks were sorting out some papers. Luckily, they were too busy and didn't even look up from their work to identify us. "We're busy, don't disturb us," one of them yelled without turning his head. Like we walked in the door and they're like, "Don't disturb us," and we just walked back around. At last, we found what we were looking for. At the back of the room was a metal cage. Vickle was inside. There's Vickle. Leaning against the massive bars, he looked tired and shaky, and it was clear he had endured some sort of torture. He startled when he saw us, but we greeted him with the secret phrase of the outfit, and he let out a sigh of relief. "I've been waiting for so long," he said in an exhausted voice. We unlocked the cage and freed Vickle. Then it was time to decide what to do next. We could either immediately exfiltrate or remain in the fort to try to learn more. Remove card 17 from play. That was the fort at the main level. Might be interesting to see what's on the back of that if we conducted a ritual. Reveal card 13 from the surveillance deck. What do you think that's going to be, Gideon? And then we can escape the fort. So there's Vickle. Keep this keyword card with your character there. So Vickle has joined our troop here. He looks exhausted and tortured. All right, but now it says we could either exfiltrate it immediately or remain in the fort and try to run more. I see, because we could do these things. We could descend into the dungeons or ascend to the upper levels of the tower. I mean, we have time. And we have our mental strength. But we don't know. We know enough about what's going on, but what if we can find that guy Dragger? Check the upper levels. Candace says, don't play around now. John says, we could go upstairs to see if we can find any plans. I believe downstairs is just dungeon. Oh boy. But we do have time. All right, let's go to the upper levels of the tower and see what happens. All right, upper levels of the tower is 18. This is scary. The stairwell took us to an empty room at the top of the tower, from which several passages led to other rooms and out into the fort's walls. Navigating the passages would be risky. Soldiers patrolled the walls, watching over all approaches to the fort. As we searched, we stumbled upon a heavily reinforced door. Our magician sensed a strong magical disturbance emanating from beyond it, so we couldn't help ourselves. We picked the lock and opened the door enough to peek inside. The room was dark. The window was covered by a thick curtain. A large wooden table stood in the middle of the room, accompanied by an ornate armchair. Scrolls and parchments were stacked and scattered all over the table. The room was guarded by a creature right by the door, a huge monster, 10 foot tall or more, made from a myriad of bones, its long body and many limbs resembling an insect. And where the head should have been, a collection of skulls had been fused together. Even at a glance, the monstrous hodgepodge of animal bones and human remains was clearly unnatural. We found Gideon's headquarters, or Drogar. Oh boy. Oh my gosh. The monster's torso was nothing but rows upon rows of sharp ribs from different creatures. They moved constantly back and forth, not unlike teeth in a giant maw. I'll be damned, that's a demonstoma, the magician cried, recoiling in horror. What's going on here? Necromeric conjurations are outlawed across all of Mortum. Whoever had created the monstrosity clearly didn't want anyone entering their chambers. What were they hiding? We could take a risk and fight the chimera, or hope the magician could defeat the enchantment that was keeping it animated. So we could fight it. If we had a sword, we would fight it. We don't have a sword. But we do have this that we saved. I think, well, that's our only choices. Actually, it's not true. We could just leave. We could still just leave. We could still just leave. But we've discovered the headquarters with the scrolls on the table. It's time for our mentalist to do his job, what he's paid for, what we brought him for. Let's dispel it. We're going to take wounds, I think. But all right, let's see what happens. Okay, time passes. It's now 10 a.m. We were faced with a very difficult task, using magic through the door without being able to see the target. Really? We can't see it? He doesn't want to go in. He's like, I'll do it from outside. On top of that, a very strong spell had been used to call the creature into being. Dispersing this magic would be no easy feat, even in a better setting. What's worse, time was working against us. The wizard leaned against the door, closed his eyes. He seemed to be standing idly. It's kind of consistent. He always faces away from whatever he's fighting. He seemed to be standing idly. Only a thin trickle of blood oozing from his ear indicated the enormous strain he was under. 10 minutes later, he dropped to his knees in exhaustion and said that the creature was undone. We had to help him to his feet. He couldn't manage it on his own. Take a wound. Weapons drawn, we rushed in, but only found a heap of bones where the demonstoma had once been. Now we could examine the room. Hundreds of maps, reports, and messages from across the princedom were scattered about, enough that perusing them all could take a day or more. We noticed many of them were addressed to Drogar. The room was clearly the necromancer Gideon's study. The demonstroma was no doubt his pet, and it likely ensured that very few people had access to the place. Anna isn't liking this, but I am enjoying it. There's the chat. I guess Anna is not liking that we're being careless. Okay, well, let's continue. I'm enjoying the adventure. It's not detectiving, but it's adventuring. More recent papers we found included multiple references to a cursed village, which was either Drogar's secret target or a base of operations. Either way, we didn't have time to figure it out. We stumbled across what looked like a diary. Flipping through, we found entries that shed light on our adversaries and their motives, so we pocketed it for later examination. We left the room not long after to avoid discovery. We locked the door and disabled the lock to buy ourselves some time. Remove card 18 from play. That was the card with the monster. Okay. And reveal card 55. I really hope this is not Gideon, because we got to get out of here. Oh, it's the scroll we found. Entry 15 November 1400. I made it to the fort. The anomaly-wielding Bashtash unit passed through here during the war. There may be some traces remaining. 23rd December 1400. Fort Bearclaw surprised me in a good way. I came searching for one anomaly and found evidence of yet another. We must seize control of this place. It would be a great base of operations for our search efforts. We need to work out a takeover plan. 7 February 1401. Akmir took the bait. Now I just need to persuade him to willingly get rid of his men so that we can step in. I need to bring my men here. Hope they don't mind wearing uniforms. Our best chance is to play Akmir's faithful soldiers. Then June 1st. Initially, I considered the tournament to be no more than a nuisance, but I now see great potential in it. We'll use it to our advantage. By the way, we spent this. 11 March 1402, a clue to the location of one of the anomalies was right under our nose. The locals shied away from the place, and so unwittingly did we. There are some issues to be resolved with the alderman. Some people in his inner circle still constitute a threat to our efforts. Once that's taken care of, we can begin our search. 17 October 1402. I just hate it when problems appear out of nowhere. The slime ball managed to escape, and he knows where to find the cursed village. We must find the bastard, even if we have to search every inch of the fort itself and the surrounding lands. He will definitely come back looking for his family. 28 March. We may have found the location of the second anomaly. I hope Gideon and Callis will find additional evidence in Rotwood. Another one managed to escape. Damn them. Damn them all. Gideon never used to let such blunders happen. Well, let's hope we can make do without the runaway. Maybe his friend will crack under interrogation. Okay, they're talking about the escape. This is more complicated than I expected. I've come to believe that these people are working for someone. It's been a while since I last saw someone resist interrogation so well. In light of recent developments, it may be prudent to bring in the agents of the Hand to hunt down the runaway. So he's part of this organization. They're hunting for the anomalies, and he's captured our people, and he's curious about what our organization is. All right, well, it's time for us to escape. We're not out yet. Escape the fort, or we can go down into the dungeon. All right, we're not going down into the dungeon. It's time to escape the fort. So 61. '61 says, if you do not have the keyword Vickle, ignore the following text and flip this card. We left the fort the same way we entered, so you could leave the fort without Vickle. We left the fort the same way we entered. We took the wizard through the secret passage and hurried away from town. The guards would soon discover the prisoner was missing and all hell would break loose. By then, we needed to be as far away from the fort as possible. And then we reveal card 62. That's it. It's questions. I guess we're done. So we're going to need cards 62, 63, 64. I'll just get these ready. Okay, what did I do with 62? All right, it's time to answer our questions. Jonathan says, we're curious about our organization as well. Sadly, even if he captured us, we would not be able to help him. It's true. All right, so we're ready to answer our questions. I guess we should just answer them now. Let's get our notebook. Let's take a deep breath. Feels like maybe Anna didn't love that ending. I thought it was an appropriate ending to this game. It wasn't adventurous. We did save our last mental strength. We could have used it to find the room, but we saved it so that we could use it to do a fight, and we did it, and that was very satisfying. But let's reserve our final thoughts to when we're done. Let's see if we can answer these questions here at the end. Okay, here we go. We're going to take a break. We're not going to let these questions send me into a tailspin of being on tilt. Who are Gideon and Kalis's allies? You can choose more than one option. Okay, so we know that Seymour is one, right? We know that Roachmond is one. So everyone get your answers ready. So the answer to question 1, we know it's at least A, E, and F. Now, depending on how you read it, it could also be Akmer, but he's an unwitting helper, but I guess you wouldn't call him an ally. So Seymour, Roachman, and Drogar, A, E, F. Right, okay. Question 2. Who is the leader of the local chapter of the Eye? It's Drogar, we believe, right? Drogar and his henchmen directly under them is Gideon, Seymour, and Roachmond, and Kalis. Okay, so I think we're saying 2 is E, right? Anna says, I won the bet. Well, I don't know if I would say that. That's not quite right. If we didn't have that mental strength, we were going to have to fight that creature. We had a choice to fight it or mentalist it. So we could have, if we had the sword, we could have fought it. So it's half and half. All right, so 2E, everyone's agreeing, okay. 3, why did the alderman tighten his rein? Drugged, no. Enchanted, no. He believes there's a conspiracy against him, yes. So 3 is C, I think, right? Sorry, let me get that in there better. I believe we agree that 3 is C. We could have fought that monster. I'm very curious how it says you whether it wants that sword if you fight him. Maybe we'll check it again. 3 is C, it sounds. Yes, okay. All right, next up. What are Gideon and his associates using the tournament as cover for? Anna says, I didn't say we wouldn't have the option to fight that, but we didn't need to fight. Yes, that's true, Anna. You were right about that. We didn't need to fight. Although we would have had to fight if we didn't have the mental strength, which we almost didn't have, but we were clever enough to keep it. But I'm curious is if you tried to fight and you didn't have the sword, what would happen? I want to check that out at the end. Okay, so 4, what are they using it cover for? D, gathering from the nobles. That's right. Okay, 5. What was the eye? Why was the eye operating out of Fort Bearclaw? You can choose more than one option. All right, well, we just read about that. They found clues pointing to anomaly. The fort is in a good location to achieve their goals. They wanted to know why the fort surrendered during the war. They were following orders from their leadership. The fort was an important military base of operation. The tournament was being held there. Well, I think the answers were for 5, A, B, maybe F. ABF, I say. If Jonathan says ABF as well. He says in his thing, like, the tournament would be good cover and a good way to contact nobles. So it does make sense. F has to be one of the reasons. Six. Why were Vickle and Crest taken prisoner? They were suspected of having committed crimes. Their interest in the Rotwood anomaly roused suspicions. The Eye wanted to recruit them. They'd crossed paths with Gideon before. They were trying to help, but Crest attacked them. Not sure. I guess we think it's B, right? Their interest in the Rotwood anomaly roused suspicions. I mean, we could try to read that more, but... 6B. Okay, so it sounds like we're on the same page. All right. Card 63. Question 7. What happened to the remains found in the wasteland? Necromancy spells were used on them. They were taken to another location to be buried. They haven't been removed, just buried again in the same spot. They're being examined. They were taken away from the fort. Not sure. Well, we did read something about this. We know they were dug up. So it's either A, B, D, or E. What do we think 7 is? I think they were taken to another location to be buried there. I don't think that's right. But I don't know. Are they being examined or hidden? Do we get any clue about that? The Bashtas passed through here during the war. There may be some traces remaining. I'm going to say they're being examined, D. Jonathan says, I'll go with A, but stab in the dark. I feel like there could be multiple answers that are correct. I feel like A could give you some points. D could give you some points. Anna, what's your final guess going to be? A or D? You're going to have to make a final guess there. 8. What happens to officers who get on the wrong side of the fort administration? They get killed, they get framed, they get fired, they get demoted, they get executed with the alderman's knowledge. So the guy who's hung was this guy, right? What this guy is an example of. So he didn't get killed in secret. Framed and discredited, not right. Fired and ousted, no. Demoted, no. They get executed without the alderman's knowledge. I guess I'm going to say 8E. But I'm not sure. John, it sounds like Jonathan is saying 8B. He was hanged as a traitor. But is that discredited? That sounds like being hung is not discredited, but it does seem framed is right. They did frame him, but they executed him. Is that the same? Executed without the alderman's knowledge. I guess that's not correct, because the alderman probably does know, right? We could read that again. Okay, Jonathan's saying 8B. Anna's saying 8B. I guess I'll change mine to B then. Although discredited, framed and discredited. I guess if you frame someone, you gotta execute them. Okay. 9. Why was a strict permit regime imposed in the fort area? To find crests, to expose conspirators, to stop smugglers, to keep out unwanted persons, to find two runaways, or not sure. I think this is our beginning stuff. This was to find the two runaways, wasn't it? Wasn't that when we tried to come in, why we're told there's now permits? Tournament begins tomorrow. Execution. (9D) to keep out unwanted persons. I wish I remembered where. It was right at the beginning that we're told about. Let's see. Here's the first thing about the tournament. Tournament had always been open to everyone. We were surprised to be stopped by a guarded checkpoint. We learned that some dangerous criminal had escaped. Authorities were afraid he would infiltrate. Ackler had set up checkpoints on the roads, hoping to catch him. So checkpoints, that's different from permits. Why was a permit regime? I guess it's to keep out unwanted persons, D. I guess 9D, I'm saying. Okay. Now Anna's changing her mind to say A. No, I think you've convinced me. I mean, we've met people. We met a bunch of people who said recently, in recent times, that the tournament's been getting worse. It used to be everyone could be part of it, and now the nobles likes it better in the last year or so because he's keeping out the riffraff. So I'm going with D. Jonathan's going with A. Jonathan and Anna are saying A. I'm going with D. Okay, here we go. Next. Here's our last question. Question 10. What was one of the landmarks on the way to the second anomaly? A range of hills, a circle of enormous stones, an abandoned village, strange cemetery, misty valley, not sure. Well, I mean, we just read that. The clue to the location of one of the anomalies was right under our nose. The locals shied away from the place. And so unwittingly did we. There are some issues to be resolved with the alderman. That's what's in this diary here. So one of the clues, the location was right under our nose. The locals shied away from the place. So is it an abandoned village? I guess I'm going to say 10C. Don't forget, this game was not originally written in English, so you could read question 9 about the permits talking about checkpoints. But I'm still going to say the permits was the stuff they're talking about before the escapees. So I'm sticking with 9D. And for 10, I'm saying the abandoned village. It's either the abandoned village... Oh, what was one of the landmarks on the way to the second anomaly? That's a weird question. Well, we have our thing here. That's why Anna was saying map. Could we look at it? Okay, so yes, here. Sorry. So here are the two map pieces we saw. It's a little unclear to me what that question is asking about. The location of one of the anomalies was right under our nose. The locals shied away from the place. We may have found the location of the second anomaly. I hope Gideon and Callus will find additional evidence in Rotwood. Second anomaly, evidence in Rotwood. So from Bearclaw to Rotwood. And Rotwood is the place where the second anomaly is. So the question is whether you think this question, what was one of the landmarks on the way to the second anomaly? So do you read that as saying on the way from Bearclaw? Whoa, what's that? We didn't see that one? We haven't seen that one. Sorry. So on the way to from Bearclaw to Rotwood, passed over a bridge, Old Gate, you pass through New Gate. I'm not sure how to understand this question. Landmarks on the way. Landmarks on the way to the second village. I don't know what to make of that. John says, I don't think it's worth stressing over this question. The second anomaly is Rotwood. This is that big wolf stone. Yeah, I don't know how to answer this. Okay, so does everyone want to lock in their answer? Just make a guess here. That's a weird question. John's saying 10A, Anna's saying it's 10F. I'm going to say 10C. So we all answered differently for there, just there. Okay, here we go. Card 64. Time to score our answers. All right, here we go. Answer 1. A is worth 1, E is worth 1, F is worth 1. That's 3 points. Maximum score. 2, E is worth 3 points. Maximum score. 3, I think we all said C, that's 3 points maximum score. 4, D is 3 points maximum score. 5, we said A, B, and F, maximum score of 3. Okay. 6, we said B, that's maximum score of 3. So far we've gotten everything perfect. 7, we said D, which is 0. Or I said D at least. 7, if you answered A, you get 2 points, and if you answered E, you get 2 points. Let's see, where was that question? 7 was, what happened to the remains found in the wasteland? And, okay, some of us answered differently. So if you answered necromancy spells as Jonathan, you get 2 points. And if you answered taken away from the fort, you get 2 points. All right, and I got 0 points. That's a little weird to me that there would be 0 points for them being studied. They just wanted to take them away from the fort, so 0 points. Okay, 8, I said B, that's worth 3 points. That's the only points you get. For 8, you get 3 points if you say B. We all did that. You guys convinced me to go for that, and that was correct. So 8B, framed and discredited. So thank you for talking me into that. Okay, 9. E is worth 3 points. D is worth 0. A is worth 1. So we got 0 points for 9. At least I did. What happened to officers who get... Oh, 9 was the permit. So the right answer for that was E, to find 2 runaways. That was my original answer. And A, to find Cress, is worth 1 point. I'm going to cry foul on this one because that was checkpoints, not permits. So if you want to give yourself 3 fudge points for 9, that's up to you. Final question, 10. The correct answer was A. The landmark on the way was a range of hills. So we got 0 points for that. Okay. There's the score. Then it says add 14 points for each agent you managed to save, Cress and Vickle. So we didn't find Cress. We could have found Cress and we didn't. That's interesting. So we could have gotten plus 14 more points. That hurts. Reduce your final score by 1 for each wound, and we have 2, so minus 2. So 3, 6, 9, 12. Sorry, let me go over here. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21. I'm going to give myself 3 points for the permit question. That's 24. Plus 14 is 38. Minus 2 is 36. 36 points. We could have gotten another 14 if we find Cress. Boy, did we try hard to find Cress, though. The unmasked keyword was Cress. All right, let's see. Flip this card. Let's see how it ranks us. Less than 30, you failed. 30 to 34 was acceptable. Some would even call you a winner. 36 to 35 to 40, you did an excellent job and uncovered most of the secrets. That's what I'm considering my score. Although if I didn't give myself the 3 for the permit, it would be under that. 40 plus, you've mastered the storyline. So if we had found and rescued Cress, we'd get an extra 14 points. If you scored at least 30, do one of the following. If you only saved Cress, reveal 65. If you only saved Vickle, reveal card 66. If you save both agents, reveal 67. Jonathan had 39. Anna got 40. So Anna got herself to the master of the storyline. Gave herself 3 for the permit. I think that's right. We all understood that the checkpoint system was designed to keep them. So it was just, I think that's fine. All right, so we only saved Vickle, 66. I would like to know how we were... Anna says the unmasked was Crest. Yes, but how could we have gotten that? All right, so 66 is the... Oh, it's in here. 66 is if we only save Vickle. Okay, let's read that. The Omega Group Journal, 5th of June, 1403. When we set off our mission to rescue our fellow agents... Let me get this card out here. We did this. Did this. Okay. So we only saved Vickle, 66. When we set off for our mission to rescue our fellow agents, we never expected to encounter another hostile outfit. However, it appears Fort Bearclaw has become the headquarters of a chapter of a mysterious cabal known as the Eye. 2.5 years ago, their leader Drogar used treachery and deceit to insinuate himself into the inner circle of the Fort Alderman Akamir, and proceeded to stir up conspiracy theories to stoke Akamir's paranoia. Eventually, Drogar and his 4 henchmen, Rachman, Seymour, Kalis, and the necromancer Gideon, convinced the alderman to execute many loyal officers that the Eye had deemed a hindrance to their plans. The Eye initially came to the fort during their search for the Rotwood anomaly, but upon their arrival they discovered clues to a second anomaly of unknown nature somewhere else in the princedom. Some of their information came from a mass grave beneath the town near the fort, where the remains of the soldiers and families who garrisoned the fort during the Bashshaz War were buried. Why these people disappeared during the war remains a mystery. After the Eye secured their influence over the fort, they used the annual tournament as a cover to acquire information from visiting nobles. They built a vast network of informants spanning the princedom and beyond, and used the news of rumors they collected to locate Rotwood and the second anomaly. Being one of the Eye's agents, Gideon didn't rescue Cress and Vickle out of goodness of his heart. He wanted to learn who else was searching for the Rotwood anomaly besides his outfit. He rescued them only to interrogate them, and once he had the information he needed, he planned to execute them both. We managed to get Vickle out of the dungeon at the very last moment before his execution. Before our arrival, the Eye had been interrogating the wizard using torture methods and magic, but he was strong and did not reveal the truth about his identity or the outfit. Cress was able to escape Gideon while en route to the fort, but we weren't able to learn his location. Yeah, we were. We were able to learn his location. We can only hope that he will get in touch with us himself. In any case, we've come a long way and completed our mission to assist the Takran group as assigned to us by our leaders. We will escort the rescued agent to a safe location, then prepare ourselves for our next assignment. Card 68 shows an image of another part of the world. It can be added to those you obtained earlier. So there's more of the map. Let's see where it fits in. Is it this way? I guess it's this way. So we started out in the Sheepy Seawolf, we made our way to Rotwood, and now to Fort Bearclaw, and it looks like there's more places out to the east. Your perilous journey continues. So, yeah, I don't understand how we were to found and rescued Cress. Shall we look? There were a lot of cards we didn't get to see. Let's see if we can find... Look, we're going to go through some spoilers here. about cards that we didn't see. I just want to show you. Look what would happen if you can look away now if you want to play this again. But look, here's the trying to use the wrong key in the door. We were pretty clever about that. Broke off. There's the short sword we could have gotten. Maybe it just gives you a wound. I'm just looking for something with Cress or unmasking. Sleeping in the inn. Couldn't get in the door. Town. We also never used our other final rest. Maybe we used that in mission 2. If you followed the Van R, you get another note, but that doesn't help it. If you go to the upper levels, yeah, if you want to fight and beat the demon, you have to spend 3 combat, which we didn't have. So the sword isn't strictly needed, but it gives you an extra combat, so maybe that would have helped you. If you go to the upper level, we ask Cress. So card 57, the town, lets us meet Cress, but I don't know how we were to find that. Circus, card 12 from the raid deck. Trying to find where we would have found Cress. If we raided the circus, what? We made our way through the circus. I don't know how we could have gotten the circus card, but if we had decided to raid the circus, it says Cress dropped his dagger and sank to the ground, his head lowered. I came here at a good time. Everything has gone awry, but saving Vickle is the top priority right now. Meet Cress in town so we can tell you everything. Is that right? Because we searched and surveilled the circus. I believe that was our intention. I believe we searched and surveilled the circus to find Cress. Yeah, we surveilled it to find Cress, and we searched it to find Cress and found the money. So that's not right. That's not right that when we surveilled it and searched it and knew exactly where Cress was, we weren't allowed to find him. But if we had gone in there with knives out, then we find him? That's ridiculous. That is kind of ridiculous. Okay, but as is tradition here, we're going to take an 8-minute break, stretch, go to the bathroom, refresh the coffee. We'll come back. We'll talk about our experience with the campaign a little bit, see if you can stay up for a little bit longer. I'll see you in 8 minutes for our final thoughts on this case and the campaign in general. Welcome back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We finished the third and final case of Mortum Medieval Detective. I did want to lay out some of the cards. I did think, if you want to put tabulate the pros and cons, it was a pretty beautiful game. The map artwork was particularly beautiful. Not secret things to see, but very evocative, very beautiful. And the cards have a very distinctive style. The maps look nice. And then at the back of the cards, there are black and white drawings occasionally that are quite evocative, kind of like if someone was sketching out the game, making notes of this place and making sketches. I thought the artwork was really well done. And not just the artwork, but the variety of places where there are these maps you use to move around. There's this sense of exploration, so these map cards are constantly flipping over to reveal new extra locations. Art where it doesn't have to be, but it's just there to help evoke being in this world. These potions we got. And then so occasionally there's art on a card with text. Occasionally there's just a piece of art by itself. The characters don't really have reasons to be people. They don't have names. They don't really do different things. But the art is a nice style. I liked it. And just the variety of art I thought was quite good. So let's talk about Case 3 briefly, and then we'll put it into a bigger picture. Case 3 felt very much like Case 2. It was an adventure game. It felt fun, creepy, exciting, scary. There were moments where we were scared to go into Gideon's tent. It did flesh out the world more about who were these people, these necromancers, who was he working for, who was his boss, what was going on. We didn't really learn more about ourselves or why we're doing any of this, but we did have the world fleshed out a little bit. At least these people that in Case 2 seemed like they were friends, and it turns out they're not friends. Although we didn't really get more lore of the world. That sort of peaked in Case 2, where we heard about these battles with the beasts. Here it was more like palace intrigue. It wasn't really more world building. But it was still kind of cool to see this tournament and stuff. We did encounter this cool creature in the finale. It did have a sort of finale feel, a little bit, where we had to have this epic battle and we had to race out just in time. I did feel the stress of running out of time, and that final thing we did where we broke into Gideon's room was pretty cool and fought that monster and just had enough mental energy to defeat him. And there were some times when we were rewarded for being clever about our efficient use of resources. While we were rescuing him, we had a choice to use our last mental energy to locate the cell, but we thought about it. We said, well, we have time to search for it, so let's save our mental energy, and that turned out to be critical. If we had not done that, we wouldn't have been able to defeat this monster with a ritual to dispel it. So that was kind of rewarding, and there was another time that happened. We discovered the location of the dungeon and got a key. And we had to be kind of smart and say, it seems too easy, and this key seems too rudimentary to open that door. And so we waited until we found the hangman's house. We knew we were clever enough to search that, which got us this key. So I think we were actually pretty clever. The game rewarded us for efficient use of our time in that respect, in the key, in fighting the monster, in not using the wrong key. So I felt good about that. I think that's a mark in the game's plus column. In what we might otherwise all agree with is a very random game in terms of your choices, whether you search an area or do this action or that action. It feels like most of the time you can't predict what the smart thing to do is. When is it smart to use this resource? When isn't it? So I do think we should highlight the few times in this case where it did make a difference. Anna is objecting. She's saying, wait a minute, if you're smart and knew where to go at the end, which we knew, so we knew it was on the main level, then she's saying, then we shouldn't have gone to the upper floor, which we did go to, and that's why we went. So she thinks that's a huge problem. Like the smart clues in this case directed us to the main floor where we found our prisoner, so we shouldn't have gone to the upper floor. Yeah, but the game told us, hey, you still got some time, you can look around. If you had not read that hint, then you might have gone upstairs and fought that creature and maybe died and not even rescued that guy. So I still think that's an area where the game gets a point for me in terms of rewarding efficient use of time and resources. But I do think Anna's right. You could easily get on a different wavelength and make different decisions and be punished. So it's a very precarious, fragile complement for the game, because I think different groups could really encounter this different and make different choices. And I think that does circle back to how to play this game. We played the first case thinking this was a deductive game, and we had a pretty bad experience with that first case. And I do think that first case is not even really a first case. It's kind of like taking a lesson from the Portal playbook of Dune House Secrets and others, where the first case is kind of like a throwaway. So that means there's only 2 real cases in this box. The first case, we played it really agonizing over choices. After that, we decided we're just going to sort of role play it and play it for fun and exploration and adventure. And I do think that's advice well taken for playing this game. And when we played it as adventurers and made decisions based with that framework, then that's what led us to explore the dungeon a little more, and that's what let us go into Gideon's hut. So I think we had to play it as a little more adventurous. And I had much more fun playing it more for the fun of it, exploring when we could, and then when we got into dangerous situations, doing the dangerous thing. So I did enjoy that, and I did enjoy that this game didn't really want us to dig into minutia about the 3 different people, so I appreciated that. Still no memorable characters. No really memorable places. A couple memorable sort of events, like facing that monster was cool. And I think kind of a fun choose-your-own-adventure game. I think if you look at it that way, as a choose-your-own-adventure, it's sort of a deluxeified, pretty deluxe illustrated choose-your-own-adventure thing. It's just, it has that flavor of there's no right or wrong. There's just doing different things and seeing what happens. It was, I do think that part where we couldn't find our second guy really demonstrates, though, a flaw in the system, and was where the game did fall down for us. We knew our guy was in the circus. We knew who he was pretending to be. And we basically did everything we could do to find him. We did every action at the circus. Then we searched it and surveilled it. The only possible action we didn't do at the circus was raid it. Now, why didn't we raid it? Number one, once you raid it, you've spoiled that location. You can never go back. Two, we only have one raid token the entire scenario. So, and that seems like that could easily backfire, especially in this place we're not supposed to be. That was a very weird choice to make that the right answer. And it reminded me a little bit of Bureau of Investigation, where you could sort of search a location or interview at a location, and where the action you're taking is sort of ambiguous. Now, maybe if you had explained it, if the game said, look, the raid action isn't necessarily raid, maybe it should just say, like, go in and get someone. And maybe both games, Bureau of Investigation and this game, needed to have another paragraph that said, here's basically the kinds of things that the raid action does. It takes, you know, it goes in there with weapons and attacks, or it goes in there looking to get one person. If you had explained in the rules that raiding is also used to go get someone, then maybe we would have done it. Maybe we would have said, yeah, we know he's there, let's go get him. But that was unfair. And it's one thing to make it like, hey, if you want to get some extra information, you should raid. But this is like the second most important thing of this entire scenario, was rescuing that guy. And the idea that we knew where he was and knew what to do, but weren't allowed to take him out, doesn't make sense. And this is where the Razorhurst solution is better. The Razorhurst says, like, here's the answer to where Chris was. If you knew that, then you would rescue him and you get 3 points. Like, the end question should be, that should have been an end question. Who's Chris? Can you rescue him on your way out if you can identify him? That's the only important deductive element, is figuring out who it was, not deciding to raid there. So that was weird. I also feel like maybe we got a bit lucky in our playthrough in terms of getting the key. It's hard to say because there were other things pointing to different places, but we sort of got both keys very quickly. And if we hadn't, we might have tried the different key. Any other thoughts? What about Jonathan? Jonathan, any thoughts on the sort of overall experience? Jonathan says, I did enjoy Case 3. I think we really extended Case 3 about as long as we could, so I would be worried about another group getting through it way too fast. It's absolutely true. This is a very thin box. You could get through Case 3 very quickly. We could have gone into that dungeon on day 2 and rescued him and gotten basically the same score. More or less, maybe. Yeah, you could get through this game very quickly. And that would be it would be a disappointing amount of gameplay you got out of a box if you paid $50. If you paid $20 for this, I think Case 2 and Case 3 would be worth it. It's fraught to talk about how much gameplay is worth, because you don't know what the prices are going to be and you don't know what different people's thoughts about costs were. So, but I would say it felt like, to me, it would feel like not $50 worth of game we got out of this. If this game had 10 cases like this in it, that might be a different story. And I do think, from a game design question, it's bizarre to me, completely bizarre to me, that we basically saw half the cards, maybe less than half the cards in a mission. You could raid the Hangman's house. Look at all this art. You could get more keys. There's Cress. I mean, it's crazy to me that there are all these cards that you don't see in a playthrough, and you can't you wouldn't play it multiple times. Although maybe if you fail it, you would play it you could play it again. Very weird. Very weird. Here's a tournament, if you had searched the tournament. Very odd, and I think the wrong thing to do. You should, from my standpoint as a designer, you should ask yourself, can a group play this 3 or 4 times? No? Then most of the effort I make should be guiding people through a case, maybe with the illusion of free choice, but basically them seeing most of what I create. The idea of having all of these completely different branches that people could go down and see completely different amounts, you're giving up all that control. Groups are likely to have bad experiences. There's that. Now, here's another point related to that. How angry would you be if you were a group or kids or whatever that loved combat and you decided to take on case 1 the warrior full of combat tokens, and then when you got another chance you took the mentalist with combat tokens? We did not use combat token once. Maybe we used 1 combat token? That's pretty crazy. And the idea, if you took that instead of one of the people who got you search and coins, that makes no sense. I think if someone took the combat people, first of all, if they took the combat people and wanted to have combat, they would be very disappointed by not having any combat in this game. But I think also they'd have had a much more difficult time learning information. Very weird. Anna makes a good point, and this is very similar to the Bureau of Investigation points we made. Anna says it's totally unnecessary to make search and surveil and raid to all locations. Instead, make more cases, make better mechanics, write a better story, and have half the cards. This is very similar to what we said for Bureau of Investigation. Bureau of Investigation, in the first 2 cases or so, every location you could either interview there or search there or investigate, and there was lots of redundant information and no reason to check. That does not make sense. The way to do it is, when you go to a place, you draw card 25, and then if you want to put on that card, you can now choose to do A or B or C, or A and B and C, and spend resources. And then you don't have to do that for every card. And then maybe you make them choose when they get a card. Do they want to go at it the brute force way, or do they want to go at it at the stealthy way? And then make them, depending on the play style they want and the characters they took. When they got to a place, they got to the circus, and it said, do you want to sneak around or do you want to force your way in? Then they could feel like they've got some agency. They're making a tough choice. Do they want to spend this resource to do this, spend this resource to do this? There were a couple times when we had that in this game. But the idea of having all of these cards with artwork on half of them that people will never see, and no good way to choose what to do, but if you run out of resources, you're going to do this. Most of the time we were searching and surveilling, it was on this very weird basis that we just wanted to use those tokens up before the night ended. Like, half of our strategic planning was saying, well, we got to search and surveil someplace at the end of the night. Let's just pick the best places to do it. That's a very weird set of choices. It seems wrong. Seems like you would be better off always getting 1 card for when you go to a place, and then if you want that card to sometimes have choices on it, that's the way to do it. Not with these 3 separate decks. Well, and the amount of work involved in making these decks, that will almost none of them get seen. Very strange. Anna says, you needed search and surveillance all the time, raid a few times, you didn't need combat at all, but if you pick the characters with combat at the beginning with no one to search, what then? Yeah, and that's what I was saying. Boy, would that have been a bad experience. Like, we stayed away from combat almost completely. Imagine if you had picked the combat characters. Although I guess if you had picked the combat characters, well, the warrior has no raid. If you had taken the assassin, you would be doing more raiding, I guess. The raid was kind of fun. The cards on the raid seemed kind of fun. So maybe you would have more fun doing raids. But the raid was a weird mechanic, how it didn't refresh and how it ruined the place. But it did seem like the raid cards had lots of good information on some of them. So maybe if you picked lots of raid cards, you'd be having fun. But boy, this warrior seems like the worst card. 3 combats. We just never use combat. Very weird. Jonathan says, we also needed a better epilogue. This case had more of a climax, but I think the campaign just sort of ended this time with its look out for more in the future. I do think that's right. I think it's a narrative mistake to not give us motivation. We're thrown into this case not knowing why we're part of this outfit, what we cared about, what our motives were, and that never got fleshed out. That's a mistake. You needed to motivate us. What did we care about? Were we good guys? Why were we trying to help people? We weren't told. And the world wasn't fleshed out enough to make that come into relief. So we basically never got that satisfied, which made us never really invested. We were never really invested in these characters. None of them had a personality. With one exception, you have to admit, we did have some fun with the mentalist who joined our group in the middle, and he had some personality. He kept saying, guys, please don't raise this dead beast creature. And then we forced him to, and blood was coming out of his ears. That was fun. It was fun dealing with the mentalist. But I do think Jonathan is definitely right that we needed more of an ending epilogue. But I think we also needed more story in the beginning, throughout each of the 3 scenarios. We needed more story motivating the setup, and we needed more epilogue at the end. Although I did like the way, I have to say, I did think that the game did a pretty nice job of, when you start out each case, having the first set of actions sort of be gentle, introduce you to the world. And I did actually like the way, one thing I did like that I did think worked well is, it was fun to explore in case 2 and case 3, explore the map and have the map flesh itself out. And we talk about in these kinds of games this idea of bottlenecks that open up and give you more options, and then you use them up, and then a new bottleneck comes out and gives you more options. As opposed to a game which we critiqued Bureau of Investigation for sometimes, in having, like, in the beginning, here's 100 places, and then you just eat them all up, and the game sort of peters out. And I do think this game did quite a good job of always giving us some interesting options and giving us these bottlenecks. So, like, in the beginning, you've got one card, like, start the investigation. And it comes over and you've got 2 options. And then you discover a new area, and now you've got 3 options. And then you sort of investigate them and narrow it down until you've got like 2 good options. And then you discover something, and then you get a bunch more. And I do think that worked well. And this case had events that happened at the end of the night, or the beginning of the night. And it did have those night actions. Like, I thought there was some really clever stuff going on there. I really do think there was some clever stuff here. And I think maybe you could have leaned into that. I think with this idea of days passing, it should have been that every day some cool new stuff happened. And in fact, that might have made the decision about whether to stay up late or not more interesting. In our case, it was a weird situation where you could stay up late, but then for every hour you stay up late, you lose a time in the morning. And that pretty much meant, for every case, that we didn't care about staying up late. It was just half a dozen of one or half a dozen of the other. Stay up late, we'd lose time in the morning. But if you really leaned into the idea of having these events happen at night, then the players would really have to worry. Like, if I go way into the night and lose time tomorrow, but some event occurs where I need the time tomorrow, then maybe I shouldn't stay up late. But if I don't stay up late, maybe something's going to happen where this person will die and I will have missed my chance to talk to them. We encountered that a little bit with Razorhurst. I think it was a missed opportunity here not to make more use of events during the different days. Anna says, yesterday I was thinking more about the second story and the Perfector Stone, how it worked. The scenario felt the more illogical the more I thought about it, but I don't want to start on that. I think Jonathan and I, correct me if I'm wrong, Jonathan and I, or at least I'll speak for myself, I felt good with that Perfector story. Like, there's some weird magical stuff that's messing with people's minds. Like, it makes sense that it's not 100% predictable and consistent. It were causing people to focus on perfection. Like, that comes out in different ways. So I kind of like that. And I like the mystery of we didn't know where this jewel came from. How was it being guarded in this vial? What did this beast magician, how did his mind work? What were they after? I wanted more of that. I was really sad that we didn't get more of that in this world. And you could imagine that the designer of this box could have a whole world planned out where some of this stuff gets explored. And we just saw a small taste of it. So I wasn't in love with the writing and the dialogue and that stuff, but by the end, by the second and third case, I was getting intrigued by this world. I'm not going to read a whole book on it, but I'd sort of be intrigued by more games set in this world, more stories set, more adventure. I did like the adventure element, and I did have fun with it, but I do think it's not a detective game. And it's a little bit weird making it a detective game. And you know what else I would say? Tell me if you guys agree with me on this. I kind of feel like the questions, they're almost like they're all trick questions. Like, they're not really asking us if we understood the mystery and figured it out. It's almost like each of the questions is sort of designed to be a trick question and get you on a technicality, right? Like the permit versus the checkpoint, and what landmark was on the way to the second anomaly. It's not asking us if we understand the important bits. It was asking us like little technicality questions that did not feel right. That they did not sit with me, these questions. But I mean, I appreciated that there were so many and that they're sort of rewarding you for attention to detail, but they didn't feel like we didn't sit there at the end trying to say, the real satisfying detective games that we play, we sit there at the end and we try to say, how can we explain this? How can we explain this constellation of clues and facts? And what would explain the motives? And really trying to connect the dots. Here, they're more like, the person tripped over the stone. What color was the stone they tripped over? They felt very ancillary to the thing. Jonathan and Anna are both talking about the active story. The case 3 was an active story. Yes, we really were doing things. We weren't just investigating and learning. We were saving someone in this case, and we did manage to save someone. Jonathan says, sometimes these mystery games feel like you're following in someone else's footsteps. This felt active. Anna says, it felt active, but after the first day, we mostly got redundant information. The one thing we wanted to do, speak to Cirque, we couldn't do. The Perfector story had more of a climax, like this case's dungeon. I think it would have had the potential to completely come together. My main issue with Case 2 is it just feels like it sort of ends. Yeah, Case 2 sort of ends. Case 2 ended, and it had this really enigmatic, intriguing Perfector gem. But then in Case 3, we were back to the bureaucracy. About rescuing someone. But I wanted more of a focus on the creepy magic stuff. And here's another complaint, and this gets back to narrative and story. We got this interesting character, Gideon, but then we didn't get to interact with him and fun stuff with him, really. And that was sort of like, you know, that could have been fun. A showdown with Gideon and outsmart him or figure out how to escape him. Like, it's weird that the sort of punchline you would expect is not there. Now, maybe if you were making a 20-game case or like a 20-episode series, then you can afford to draw these things out to build them up and build up the stuff. But let's face it, the chance of us getting more, well, we shouldn't say that. There is another mission. There is another case that came out for this game. It's not for sale, but it's mentioned and talked about on Board Game Geek, so maybe there will be more cases. It's a little hard to imagine there being much more. I do think it does feel like there's something here. There are pieces of a game here. And as far as like working with these big cards, getting these items, making these choices, having some deduction in an adventure game. Like if you said, this is an adventure game, we're going to focus on the adventure-y part. If you punched up the story to make it much more compelling, choose your own adventure story, and then had some mystery elements like this does have, but not like if you let off the gas on the mystery, deductive, answering questions part a little bit, and you put on the gas in terms of making it more compelling, adventure-y, fighting, sneaking around, and let the players have more fun doing more of these things, right? Like, if you gave the players twice as many tokens so that they could do many more of these things, like if we could have done 3 raids, would we have at least had more fun? I don't know. Maybe if the story and adventure was more interesting, we would have. But I think maybe lean less on the detective part since that wasn't that successful. But I like the mystery and the not knowing stuff and answering questions. But maybe do the story a little bit better. Anna says, our first impression was it's a game in progress. There are good things here, but the whole thing is underdeveloped. Are also our last impressions. Yeah, I mean, I guess I've said my bottom line was sort of case 1. I felt like I can't recommend this to anyone. After case 2 and 3, I think I could recommend to some groups have fun. If you just walked into it, said, don't worry too much about the detective stuff. Just try to have fun and have a fun adventure. I think you could have fun playing around in this world. Although when you got to the questions, you'd be like, I don't know, I don't care. So that's a little bit of a disconnect. But I think there's something here. I think this is not a total fail at all. There are some good things here. And like it almost feels like to me this could be like a role-playing kit. Like you could role-play with the DM having access to this stuff and presenting it, and then role playing, letting people choose what to do, knowing the story in the background. And so these would almost be like guides for the DM. If the players wanted to surveil a place, you would check these cards to give information. That would be an interesting thought experiment. If you could imagine, as the DM, you have access to the search, surveillance, and raid cards. Don't make people have limited stuff. Just let them go and do what they want. And you check out those cards for information. Any other final thoughts? Rankings highest to lowest. Jonathan ranks Case 2 the best, eerie and mysterious. Case 3, maybe too short, active, has good climax. Case 1, extended tutorial. I would agree with that. Case 2, best. I especially liked the creepy eeriness of the beast jewel. And maybe Case 2 seemed most likely to have a similar experience for different group. Case 3, quite fun and smooth and cool middle mechanics. Case 3 had some cool mechanics with the keys, with the dungeon climax, and with the certain decisions being efficient. So I'd put Case 2 and 3 close together, and I think you could have fun. Jonathan asks a very good question. How does this game compare to Legacy of Dragonholt? That is a great question, and I really do think there are real connections. So I've done some reviews, some long reviews of Legacy of Dragonholt, so it might pay to look at them. Legacy of Dragonholt is a long, epic experience. Much longer than this. And it absolutely has a beginning and an end and a coherent narrative, and there's much more narrative element to it. The skill stuff is less interesting, but less likely to maybe send you on different paths. I think for the most part, groups are going to have similar experiences, although you could definitely miss out on a big chunk in Legacy of Dragonholt. What I would say is this, though. Both games have a kind of choose-your-own-adventure feel. Legacy of Dragonholt really felt to me like a young adult, youth, simplistic storytale narrative that was focused on a very sort of almost like a diversity political like there was a message in the writing of Legacy of Dragonholt. I've talked about this. I've talked about Nikki Valens' politics and what she was after. And it was fascinating to see that. And I said in that video, I'd like to see more people exploring political ideas. But it was very much a young adult sort of kids adventure. For me, I was not intrigued by any story plot or events or characters or world building in Legacy of Dragonholt. That held very little interest to me. It did not feel like there were adult things going on in that world. There weren't creepy things, interesting things. The magic was all sort of happy, fun characters. And like there are places in Legacy of Dragonholt where you can meet people and have love affairs. So the characters are very fleshed out. They're having their lives, but they're having kind of sort of happy ending lives and very little threat. Here, there was very little of that, of character development, and things happened very quickly. But the little snippets we got of those beast creatures with the vial of the Perfector, for me, that was much more engrossing. In a similar way that Bureau of Investigation kind of didn't work on a lot of levels, but I was much more intrigued by the adult, scary parts of it. Sounds like Anna played Legacy of Dragonholt. She says, after 5 or 6 cases, we were too bored to continue. It was like doing boring stuff most of the time. Sometimes a little adventure, pushed ideology hard. Wouldn't recommend. I think Anna says it more concisely than I did. I think there's a good likelihood of experiencing some severe boredom in Legacy of Dragonholt. Maybe that's the best way to say it. Everything is sort of turned down on the dial of excitement down to 1. So there are characters, you can interact with them, there's a living, breathing world, everyone's going about their life, getting married, having relationships. It's long and drawn out with little consequence, except when there's terrible consequence, but mostly it's sort of boring. But interesting. Boring but interesting as a project. Very interesting as a project, but sort of boring day to day. John says, how does this compare to Dune House Secrets to you? Might rank this a bit. Dune House Secrets is very low on the scale for me. Dune House Secrets was pretty much a failure in every regard. This is better than Dune House Secrets for me. Better bang for your buck, better stuff in the box, more cool moments. Yeah, for me, this is better than Dune House Secrets, but most things are. It's just, I would not present this as a detective game, although the questions make it feel like a detective game, so I guess there is some element of it. But it definitely felt more like an adventure game. And I think maybe if you were retooling this for the second big box expansion, I think if I was giving some advice about moving forward with this into the second edition, into a second big box, here's what I would say. The most enjoyable parts were the creepy lore of this world and the magic. The exploring the map, sort of like a Seventh Continent feel where you discover new places on the map. I would drastically change the search, surveillance, and raid decks to make those not one for each location. I'd make one deck, numbered locations, with choices on those cards. So you go to the circus, you get the circus card, and then maybe on the circus cards you get options that say, do you want to try to go in and confront this guy or search it? And then some places would have search, some places would have surveil, some places would have both. More places where you had to choose one or the other. Maybe depending on your group, you'd have different ways to attack each different place. And then I would say, lean hard into this mystery, unknown world where you're never quite sure what's going on in the world, and there are always people walking around with motives you don't quite understand and using objects you don't quite understand, like we got in case 2 a bit. But then stop with the 14 questions asking what color shoelace people were wearing. Like, change that. Maybe try for the end case questions. Here's what I would do. Instead of making the end of scenario 14 questions where you get a score, I would say make endgame choices in a similar way that Vienna Connection and Dune House Secrets suggested you might do, which is let the players choose things that will change the way the next scenario plays. And maybe, for example, you've got this keyword system where having certain keywords unlocks certain information and experiences. So I would say maybe have the end game things be questions that let people use their knowledge of what's going on and their interest to maybe choose certain keywords to get more information on, so that they'd go into the next scenario either having discovered what Gideon is up to or who this person is or what this is. So rather than quizzing them on their understanding and giving them a score, don't worry about score. Make it more about the adventure and the atmosphere and the experience, and give them choices for how to go into the next one. If this person who's joining us, Sefrev, I can't pronounce it, is the author of this game, which it sounds like he might be, let's apologize for being so harsh. This is sort of the nature of what we do here. We focus on the things that are obvious, or we focus on the things that it's like the friction of the wheel. You don't focus on all the things that worked well. And whether CM is the author or not, let's take a moment to say it's incredibly hard to make such a game. There is a lot of stuff that worked well here. It's an incredible achievement to create a game like this. And please take our criticisms coming from the right place. It's sort of like, we're playing this game. You've already made it to the top 90% of our interest, right? So like 95% of the games we have no interest in playing. You've made a game that we've played all the way through. So you've already achieved, it's like you've climbed Everest, and now you're just talking about climbing K2. So take our criticisms as saying, here's what we would want to make a little bit better and perfect. We like to talk about these game design things. So we're viewing our role here as our role is to criticize. So I appreciate, if you are involved in the creation of this game, that you're not just furious at us for criticizing, and do take our criticisms for what they are. It's like complaining about a couple Rolling Stones song. You're already talking about the Rolling Stones, one of the best bands ever, and you're critiquing that. So it's a little presumptuous to do, but that's what we do. We play these games and we look for ways that we think they could be made better. And you've heard some of our suggestions for the ways we think about these games. And at the risk of being repetitive, that's kind of what my shtick is. But I'll just sum up everything into one thing, though. I think, from my standpoint, there seems to be, among certain developers, a real attraction of making an open world where any given group will only see a tiny fraction of it. All these cards that you only see a tiny fraction of. For me, that is a strange decision. I think it would be better advised for the designer to exert more control over the game and guide the players through a curated experience with the illusion of being in an open world and with some choices, but try to guide them more so that you don't have to put in so much work, because a huge amount of work was put into these cards that we never got to see. And I think having control over the experience means it's easier to control the challenge of the mystery and easier to avoid doing so much work that the players never see. Any other final thoughts? Jonathan says, similarly, instead of end questions, maybe more focus on clues to make successful dungeon runs. I'm trying to think. If you were thinking about house rules, like if you wanted to do it, I wonder if you couldn't. It's a very cool idea that we could search ahead in the future, and it took 3 time clicks to get to there. In practice, because we could and sort of had to use all of our 3 tokens each day. We had 2 searches because of our characters. We had 2 searches and a surveillance. Because we had to use them every day, we wanted to use them every day, but we could only ever use them once per day. And there was this loophole where if you conducted them right before you went to sleep, they all came true. We basically did the same thing every day of every case. We waited till the end of the day, then we dropped these on 3 different locations. Sometimes we didn't care much. And then had them trigger. So I really wonder if that's the best way to do it. I wonder if you could sort of do it differently and not worry about the tokens and just say at any point you can do a search, a surveil, or a raid as long as you pay 1 time, or just give the players 7 tokens and they could use them as wildcards. I don't know. It'd be interesting to see what the playtesting looked like. I do think there are going to be groups that enjoy this. You could imagine young kids would have a lot of fun exploring, although they'd have some real trouble with the questions at the end, but they could make choices here. I think we should also say this. If we're looking for things so that we don't get lost in just criticizing. It is absolutely fascinating and incredibly hard to figure out how to make these mystery detective games feel more gamey, where decisions are important. Now, we should acknowledge that we're the kind of people who generally like to play these detective games without any resources, any limits. We're completionists. We like to read every paragraph in Sherlock Holmes that we can think of and then try to solve it. It's clear that not everyone feels this way. And lots of people don't want a 12-hour experience. They want a 2-hour experience, and they want it to be quick and then have a challenge of trying to figure it out. And it's really fascinating to see how different games try to put resources and make decisions tough. This is the third game in a row. Bureau of Investigation, Razorhurst, and now Mortum, that had a tough time limit system that makes you agonize about choices. And Razorhurst had this similar kind of skill resource system. And I do think it's fascinating to see the kinds of mechanics that this game tried. So time was a real mechanic, and I thought it was actually worked pretty well. Like it was generous enough about time. We've always felt like we had a little bit of a time. It was a little bit weird with the fatigue, but there were some interesting things. In case 3, we could buy some potions to mitigate some of that. And the resources, some options we had to use different resources, it did succeed in making us feel this sense of pressure over making decisions. We can't do everything. It really did make us worry about that, worry about running out of resources. And in this case, I thought it actually succeeded in rewarding us for being smart about our resource use. But boy, is that hard to do. And it's interesting to see how different games try to do that. I would have liked to see more events between days happen. I can't pronounce Seprum this name, but he says, in the new game, we decide to go the other way. We have made fewer characters, have revealed their personality more strongly. Also, the set of tokens turned out to be more balanced. Okay, that's interesting. Well, you heard from us that we wanted more personality in the characters. In fact, the one character that we liked that had a real personality here was the Mentalist. And it was fun that he joined our group. And I do think that sounds intriguing, that the characters would have more personality. Can you tell us the name of the new game? Do you mean it's a brand new game, or is it continuing in the Mortum series? Sergei Minovich is the author of this, so it's possible. Is Seprum? It's Russian. Is this? Are we talking to the Russian author of Sergei Minovich? Is that the question? In the new game, we'll make 5 scenarios. Okay. Well, let me say this. I had some very good experiences during this game, especially case 2 with that beast and the jewel. I was fully in wanting to know more about that creepy beast wizard magician. And if the author has such a good attitude to hearing so much criticism from us, and is talking about tweaking the system, exploring different ideas, I would absolutely be interested in checking out the new game, new scenario. I'd like to hear, if we're talking to Sergei now, I'd love to hear more about whether this is a new game set in this world. Is it a continuation of this storyline? Is it a totally different game in a totally different world? Okay, so it is Sergei Minovich. Well, I really do hope that our criticism hasn't felt too harsh, and you've already got a great attitude about it, and I've already talked about it. So I can only imagine the experience of working for years on such a production that clearly was a labor of love. We should say that. There are a lot of games that get made that looked like someone was barely doing any work and didn't care about anything. This is not that. This clearly is a labor of love, and there's a lot to like about it, and a lot of world building and cool stuff in here. So the idea of making a game and putting it out there and then having people badmouth it just seems infuriating to me. And just like, you have to have really tough skin to tolerate such stuff and hear and talk to people. So I'm glad maybe there's something useful in what we're saying. Sergey says, it's all right. I enjoyed watching the game. Well, that's very kind of you and very, very big of you to say that. Anything else we need to say? I mean, I've talked a lot about how I don't think you should make games how I think the designer should have control, and the idea of having a game where different groups can have different experiences is odd. But if you're the kind of group that loves the idea that different groups could play it and see completely different things, this is almost like the best example of that. The fact that these decks you're only going to see a tiny fraction of them means that a different group could see a completely different thing. You can almost imagine playing through this with some focusing on the raiding and just going in there hard and raiding all these locations. Did we ever go back and free the innkeeper that we tied up? Well, it is quite... Like, there are a bunch of things that I'm curious to see. Like, we found out how we would find Cress. There were a couple of fun elements, like when we tried to raid the smuggler's house and the guys walked up to us with the crossbows behind our neck and was like, you just move along here. And I loved, almost the best way to tell a quality game is humor. And we did have some humorous moments, but my favorite was the mentalist constantly telling us, please do not summon this dead creature. It's not a good idea. And we kept doing it, and it was quite fun to see how that turned out. We could have raided the hangman's house, tied him up, got his key. Here's another key set. Wow, there's lots of different ways you can get to the hangman's house. Here's a circus. Wait, what was the... This is a little unusual. Maybe... Oh yeah, read card 12. So actually, look. When you raid the circus and get Crest, that's actually not quite the order that it happens in. First you raid the circus and it says, ambushing a crowded circus would be a bad idea. But it seemed doable to interrogate the circus owner. So then we interrogate him, we get wounded, and then we find Cress, who's defending the circus owner. So I wonder if there was another way to get Cress other than raiding the circus. Anna says, all in all, thanks for the game. I'm glad we did it. With this discussion, it was a good experience. Yeah, I'm glad we played it too. I would say my favorite parts were exploring the map and discovering new places, and then interacting with these creepy, mysterious creatures. Those were my favorite moments. Especially that dead, I still remember the beast wizard, how his cart got overturned, broke the vial, and then wounded, he crept down into the mine where he was trying to hide or hold that vial, and then we saw that who had taken it. It almost felt like a little Stephen King movie where someone had gotten the corrupt object and it was messing with their lives. Jonathan says, for me, a mix of the atmosphere in Case 2 with the stronger climax for Case 3 would be a very good path going forward. I would agree with that. I would agree with that, with more events maybe between the days. All right, let's wrap it up here. It was fun having the designer come in. I appreciate the spirit in which he took our comments, Sergey. I'd be interested in trying the next game by Sergey. Okay, Sergey Minovich says, are you planning to play Mortum Scenario 4? So, am I right? Is it called The Settlement? I ordered this, Mortum Medieval Detective, directly from Arcane Wonders, the company. I've seen on Board Game Geek, there's discussion about the settlement scenario. I don't believe it's for sale anywhere. So if you can point me to where I can purchase it, I think we would buy it and play it. Will it be available in retail at some point? Is it... I don't think I can order it from Arcane Wonders. I don't know. I buy all the games we play. I don't take copies or ask for reviewer copies, so it has to be for sale for us to play it. And Sergey Minovich, you didn't answer yet. I'd love to hear whether the new game you're talking about is set in this world. Is it Mortum Box 2? Is it a completely different game? Tell us about this new game and where it fits into Mortum. And you can tell us a little bit about Scenario 4. Is it a full box like this that's available for separate purchase or will be available? Jonathan says, thanks for the streams. Thanks to Anna for joining in and trying to keep us grounded in the story of the game and the discussions. You have to say, like, there was an interesting moment in the game where we were really, the three of us were debating about whether to go into Gideon's room, sneak in, or sneak into the other parts of the dungeon. And Anna was like, I'm scared, don't go in there. And I was scared, and we went in there. And then at that point, Anna was like, this felt too random. But to me, it's a different kind of game. But the fact that the three of us were agonizing and scared to go in, like when I raided the smugglers thing, I really love those moments of tension where, yeah, you can't make the right decision based on deductive logic. But I love that psychologically there were things we did and wanted to do that filled us with dread when we did it. And credit to the game for not being like, you just died. So I agree, they were a bit chaotic, but I thought those were very fun moments of agony. And we did have some little cliffhangers, like at the end of each session when we took a break, it was like, okay, we're going to start the next day or see what's in here. All right, Sergey Minovich has a couple minutes to answer if he wants to tell us about Scenario 4 or this new game. Jonathan says, I think if you ever have to spend the night in an old house to get the inheritance, you should bring Anna. She'd probably stop us from doing something stupid. It does seem like Anna was a little more grounded in the real world. She's like, don't attack the circus people. Don't attack the beggar. Don't go climbing, searching in the dungeon just because you have an extra hour. You just get out once you get the person you came for. It is. Jonathan and I were a little more willing to take some risks there. And it does seem a little more grounded in the world. Sergey Minovich says, fourth script is a separate small box and a new game is in a big box in another world. It's the secret. Okay, so we'll keep our eye open for the new game in a big box in another world, and I'll keep an eye out for Scenario 4 in the US. I haven't seen it yet, but if I see it, I'll let everyone know. You can join us on our Board Game Geek Guild section for this channel to talk about and help us plan what games we play next. We're going to decide what to play next. We may go back to Baker Street Irregulars and try some pure Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective for a little bit. It was great having you guys in the channel again with me. This was a team effort, and it's fun. We get to play, we get to talk about design issues. Can't ask for more than that. And I'll see you next time.